When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. Where the darkness surrounds me, shape-shifting in the night, stalking you. Does my face seem familiar? Does my back tell you more? Will I change you or will it end you? And the power that I have can give you eternal life. Death doesn't know me. I become eternal. When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. Where the darkness surrounds me, where the mist, she follows me. I walk alone in the night, watching you, following you, leading on you through the night. When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me. All your life I was still, I become the living dead. I own the darkness and know how beats inside of me. I become eternal. When the hunger wakes me, I live to feed. With the darkness surrounds me.
Okay, folks, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. We actually got started close to 9 this time. Usually we're never on time. You know that we're always, I don't even want to say fashionably late because it's just being an a-hole. So you want to turn that off? Song started playing again. Good song, but I don't want to hear it again right now. That's the vampire song, that one there. Oh, so couple things to talk about real quick here, and I've noticed this because I have to do this. Anthony's pushing me here. We got to talk about two things really quickly. There's different ways to help out the show. The first way is to do the Patreon. Patreon's $10, $20, $30, $40, $50 tier, but you can set your own thing too, right? They don't have to.
Yeah.
There's no whatever. With those tiers, you get different prizes, or what do you call them? You get better stuff. With, each tier you go up. We give you shirts, books, whatever, depending on the tier. If you want both of my books autographed and you want a book from different authors, 2 other books, then that's the $50 tier. That's the best deal. But it's up to you. Do what you want. If you want to help out where you are trying to buy new equipment, I need a new computer and I need a new camera and for the field or cameras, and then I need one for the studio too, and at the house. So we got to upgrade everything. So that's what's going on. And I don't really feel like selling more of my gold to get things done because I have to build a house. So that's it. Doing that. Here's my shirt. It says Fenrir because we talked about it yesterday. So I thought I'd bust out with the werewolf shirt. And here's the thing. We are going to talk about some stuff tonight. We're going to get into the difference between a werewolf and a dogman. That's what the show, last minute I decided, I said, you know what? We're going to have a couple different guests on here. And so I thought we're going to do a roundtable. And what better way to do it than to bring on people who've witnessed these things? So I'm bringing on a friend of ours who's got a new podcast. We're going to let him talk a little bit about that. And we're going to get right into these stories, encounters, whatever, about werewolf, dogman. Are they the same? Some people say they are. Some people say they're not. I'm going to start with a story, and I'm going to let you, the audience, decide. Let me bring on my first guest here. Ladies first. The beautiful Monica Rollins. Monica, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Running around, trying to get stuff done. At the last minute, my wife's like, we got to go to Sam's. And I'm like, oh, great, yay. Well, the shelves are half empty because everybody's going to have an eclipse. Something's going to happen. So how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm very glad it's Friday.
Oh, let me tell you.
Close to a long week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a setback today. It was a weird day. I had like a really, really high and then a really, really low. I had a setback today in the build that I was doing. And then I had an upswing, though, on my something else with the job. So, and then I managed to knock out 3 people's interviews today, which was awesome.
That's great.
So I managed
Very
to get
productive.
I put some work in, and then I was exhausted. Then I had a panic attack, anxiety attack that climbed under the bed. My wife was hitting me, trying to get me out from under it. That's what she does to me. She hits me, folks. I'm telling you, she's abusive.
Did she get the broom and try to
You're encouraging it. You're like giving her ideas. Like, hit him with the broom. Get him out from underneath her. Exactly. No, she didn't. She was just like, look, I'm busy on the phone. I'm trying to do something. I said, okay, fine, whatever.
No, my panic attack in the closet.
She helps me. No, she really does, man. Like, she stops everything and goes and helps me and tells me to calm the hell down and gets me to chill. There's this thing that we chew. She's been giving it to me, and it helps a lot. I never thought it would. It's called GABA. It's like these chewable things. I still have not looked into what it does scientifically that makes it happen. I usually do that with everything. I love, compulsively looking up things. But I'm going to figure that out and find out why. But it does work.
Does it? That's good to know because I do get severe panic attacks also.
Yeah, Monica, this isn't about you. Okay, this is about me.
Well, I'm making it about me, so.
Well, that's typical. That would be typical. I'm just kidding, Monica. You get them too, huh?
I do. I had a really bad one. It's been a few years since I've had a really bad one. The last one that I had, mine stems from claustrophobia. Typically.
Oh, I'm like that too.
So I don't fly well. And this particular incident, I was in the middle of a construction project and 2 cars crashed. There were only 2 lanes open. So of course everything was blocked. It was backed up for 45 minutes. And I was in the left lane with a row of 18-wheelers next to me. And it was all I could do not to call 911. If you've never had a panic attack, you don't understand what that feels like.
Yeah. Oh, I got them. Believe me, I get them. Yeah. So, I don't get panic. The anxiety attack comes first, but they can turn into panic, and I haven't had a full-blown panic in a while, but I get these anxiety because, I'm sitting there and I'm going like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm just so much going on, and wrap up all this stuff I got going on and getting things done. And, I have these clients calling me right now because of they want extra coverage for this eclipse. We're going to have the National Guard here. And we're supposed to have 500,000 people are going to descend on Central Texas because this is one of the best places to see it. And I'm going like, for what, 5 minutes? Yeah.
People will, that actually doesn't surprise me that many people are just, the whole swath where, the path of totality is, I imagine they're going to be making some bucks off of tourism.
Yeah, nothing surprises me with the people in that day. Like, there's a guy out there that says the end is near and that's cool. But he's wearing no pants.
Is he the same guy that stands on the corner in downtown San Antonio?
That's one of them, but I'm in Austin, so there's a guy.
Oh, okay.
There's a guy that stands on the. He's not naked. He's got underwear on, but you can tell that they haven't been changed in a while, and he's there, and it's like, why do this to me, dude? And he's got like a long sleeve dress shirt on, but he lets you know, and he's wearing cowboy boots, and he's always there over there off a breaker, and he's like, the end is near, folks. Repent. And I'm like, okay, put some pants on, then we'll talk.
The end is near for your tidy whities, my friend.
It's time for him to get some new whatever. Let's get the next person on here. Let's get Mr. Abe Seas. What's going on, my man?
How you
How
doing,
are you,
brother
bro?
Josh? How y'all
Good.
doing this evening?
Abe, do you know Monica? Monica, do you know Abe?
No, this is the
we've
first
met.
time I've ever met her.
Okay. Abe he has a spiritual encrypted encounters. We got to get you onto YouTube and get you started going because you have a lot to say. And we need to get your stuff out there. Abe is very in tune with these things. I'll be real honest. At first I wasn't a believer, but we'll get into that in a second because we were all at the conference. So let me bring another person on that was at the conference. Mr. Joe Breezy. How you doing, Breezy?
Oh, yeah. I'm good, man. How y'all doing? How's everybody?
Good, man. You're looking off into the abyss. What are you doing? You're not looking at us.
Yeah, I got to tune in my forward-looking camera. So right now I have my laptop camera over here instead because I can't read small, so I have to look at my monitor.
Yeah.
Or I'll be squinting into the camera the whole time.
Yeah. So we got Joe on. Joe was on the show one night. I think you came on I can't remember if that was the show that I did where you came on at the end. I think Garetano was on there. Were you on with Garetano, Joe? Yeah. And then Paul Sinclair jumped on at the end.
Yeah, I think so. If memory serves me correctly. Yeah.
Yeah. Because sometimes people just jump on. Last night, I don't know how many people stayed up late, but Garetano jumped on last night and we started talking about all kinds of stuff. Me and Chris are really tight. And I had another friend who came on toward the end there. And then I said, you know what? We'll wait. And I'm going to surprise everybody. He'll come on next week. I said, don't worry. We'll put you on because he was like, hey, you guys are up. He had just woke up. And he was like, I was like, saw you guys were on. So we just talk about everything. And last night was just an impromptu thing. But I thought it was important to talk about even though some of those stories were really weird, a lot of weirdness going on. I think that it's important to talk about that because there is something about this inner earth thing that really bugs me. I think that there's a lot going on. And I think that that's where some of these physical creatures come from. But I also believe now, I'm going to say this in front of everybody on the show. We get to about 300 here. We'll start going around. But I believe now that there is a shapeshifter canid. I don't know if we call it werewolf because it sounds Hollywoodish, like kind of kiddie, whatever, like it's kids stuff, they're turning into monsters or whatever. But I do believe that they exist now. You would have told me maybe even 2 years ago, I probably would have said, I don't know, man, I don't believe this. But now I do 100% really believe in them. I think I did when I was younger after what I saw because I didn't know anything about Dogmen or anything like that. So I always thought that was a person. There could be a person that's around that can do that. And everybody, that talked to me from this Dogman community, especially from the early days, they were like, no. They're like that all the time. And I'm like, how do we know that? Like, how do we really know that? And then they wanted to say they were physical. And I touched on this last night. Once again, reiterating my story. I talked to Junior, who's the brother of one of my really good friends. And he said that, no, I saw black vapor coming off the back of its neck. Now, my stance on this has not changed much. Just my encounter now going from what I always thought was a flesh and blood, probably not. Especially since their dad actually had another encounter with this thing where it was like a black smoke swirling and trying to become something that looked like a deformed dog, as he described it. We always wondered if it was connected or if that was, as Abe would know, the cadejo, which is something that we know of as like a demon black dog in the Latino community. It's very, it's something that we talk about. Like that's a real thing. It's just like La Llorona or La Chusa or whatever, and they can become physical. And Brother Abe talks often about these things, about them being physical and manifesting. They can manifest physically, but they're really like a spiritual thing. And I tend to have that same at the conference. And I'll start with this. We're at 300 now almost. When you came up, Abe, by the time you had come to the conference, I had already was on board. I called you 2-3 years ago. We had an issue right after the conference. It was very brief. And I called you and I said, look, I think we're on the same page. And people are trying to get us to not, and there's a lot of that goes on.
Yes.
People in this community, I think their job is to try to sow the seeds of disinformation. And so I told Abe, I said, I think we need to get together. We're on the same page with this thing. And I think we're headed in the same direction. And he was like, yeah, you're right. Let's not let people come between us and cause strife, because that will take us further away from the truth. Now, I did mention Elms Grove last night on the show that I did, because you've done a lot of work there. And it is a place that I think that it's one of these smaller spots, but it's a spot that's high strangeness. There are places like that. There are places that are big, full of it, and then there's smaller, and and everything in between. There's entire parks, national, state, and whatever parks.
There's a creek. The creek that runs all the way through Fort Hood, all the way to Belton Lake. So the creek has a lot to do with it. The limestone can cause manifestations, because that's what the spirits use to manifest trees when they get the energy. But the limestone is especially from the creek. That's why there's so much activity there. There's been people that have died through that creek where, like a tsunami comes, where you could be standing in the creek. Next thing you know, if it's been raining further up in Texas, water come like a tsunami and take you away. I witnessed that, and there's been people that have drowned in that creek, in which it's taken them all through Killeen towards Harker Heights. That's where they find the bodies, where it takes them. There was one where a little boy, he lived near the Kmart near Fort Hood, and it was raining. He went to a ravine, and he fell into the ravine, and it took him all through. It went through all through Killeen, and he went through. Passed through there through where I live, and I had a vision of where his body was, and which would be the next bridge over in Harker Heights. And it was raining real hard. There was lightning, and I told my brother, "Let's go help him out, or let's go." He said, "Man, it's raining too hard. The water probably take us." So by the time the sun rose, they already found his body, and he was right there in that location where I wanted to go. But it's crazy. But that's where the light manifesting in those kind of areas. We talk about. I found out after I did the show. This was on season 3, episode 2, where there was this old gentleman that he said he helped build the old airport. He said that he seen my show, and I was talking about these figures and all this activity that's happening there. He said when they were building the old airport, that they found a mass gravesite, native Indian burial ground, like a mass gravesite, and the foreman told her to cover it up, and they built the airport over it. He said that mass gravesite was where the airport was, all the way to where the mobile home park is, and he said that he believed that's why there's a lot of activity. He said that some of the guys that were working with the crew stole some of the items that were in the grave sites, like necklaces, jewelry, and stuff like that. So, it's not. I guess it messed with the native Indian burial ground that was there, and that's why there's a lot of activity there.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty hectic that there's even activity in the airport. It's like they can manifest at will. Like and you could be there during the day, and it'll pop right in front of you, and you're looking at this. I witnessed. I was walking through the golf course, and out of this tin shed from the airport, the door got kicked open, and what I witnessed was this tall figure with those beaks. Those beaks, like when somebody, there was a mass how do you call it, a disease happening, that they had to put the beaks like a crow to put a
plague mask.
Yeah,
like a plague mask.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, he opened the door, and I was like, it wasn't Halloween, and he passed right in front of me, went to the woods. I started following him, and he just disappeared. So there is a lot of activity there in that area. It's just, I guess because I'm in tune with it spiritually, that I'm able to capture it that way. I just wish that I had like a camera on me, like 24/7, so people could see what I witness, what I experience. But
And some of your pictures have been really compelling when you were at the conference, and the ones that you and then afterwards Bettina put up on the deal. That was very interesting. You showed me one, and I'm not joking, folks at home. I'm going to be real honest with you. This is what made me a believer in Abe's, what he's seeing. A lot of times I know that you'll see things and then you can try to camera it, it won't come out. But Abe caught in one picture, I could tell you there were 5 or 6 different faces. This was not pareidolia. I'm not one of those like, oh, there's a demon everywhere, there's a demon. No, I saw at least one huge, large, canid-headed looking thing. I saw it in the picture, and there was probably 9 or 10 of us that looked at that picture, and we looked it over.
They'll surround you in that trail in Elms Grove.
Pretty intense.
They'll surround you, brother. Like you hear the footsteps where they're running around you, and if you put your knee down on the ground just to hear, you hear them where there's something running around you out there in the woods, and you're like trying to figure out what it is because you're not able to see anything, but you hear the footsteps running around you, the breaking of branches and stuff like that. It's just real creepy, you know. Going there. The only thing I can say, if anybody wants to ever go in there, just be spiritually prepared because they like to drain your energy. They like to drain energy. That's not a good feeling.
Yeah, Maddie just said in the chat, Abe catches a lot of terrifying things on camera. He does, and so did Bettina. Bettina had some really interesting things, and both of you at the conference. I had several people that came to me afterwards, and they were in shock. They were really surprised to see how much you guys were able to catch. And I said, dude, that's the thing. You know, I know people like to make jokes about the red circles and stuff like that. And I was no different. I thought some of this was just ridiculous. It was pareidolia. And I'm man enough to sit up here and say that I was wrong about some of the things that you were showing us. And I publicly said that. I said, look, this guy was more on the level than I thought, which most people nowadays, that's a problem in this community because nobody wants to be wrong. And they damn sure don't want to come out and say, well, I was wrong. And then, you know, it's like, I'm a man. I was right. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, I was wrong. Abe Seus was right. And I
was just trying to bring awareness to the people because I got attacked physically and spiritually. If it was something physical, I would be able to fight it because I'm prior military, was in the military 10 years, and, you know, I'm trained to be able to fight offensively and defensively. But when they manifest and they show themselves to you, but they don't fight you, then you're with a question mark. Is it real or is it not real? But then when they decide to attack you and they're invisible and you're getting hit by an unseen force that you're hearing the footsteps running towards you, and then you feel the blow and you fly 4 or 5 feet, you tumble and roll and stand up with your guards up, but there's nobody there. Then you hear the footsteps coming from a different direction and they hit you, and the same thing, and you got your guards up ready to fight, but they're not there in the flesh to fight you. So that's where I came, that I believe that they're of a demonic nature, that they manifest that way. I believe they manifested in the form of what people call the Dogmen. I know them as werewolves or lycanthrope. I believe they took the manifestation for me to either fear them or to believe in them, because those are spiritual openings. So when I believed that it was something real, because it took a lot of incidents for me to think, hey, it's something real. It's breaking branches. It broke a oak tree branch and landed on the ground, and I'm seeing it. You know, I'm seeing it standing underneath the tree, underneath the lamp. So once I believed it was real, that's when it attacked me spiritually. I was getting attacked like daily, like bruises on my back, like hitting me on the back all the time, like attacked me from the back, shoved me from the back off a 12-foot ridge. I got shoved off a big ridge in Shock Ridge Falls. I was by the edge of the ridge. The wall was behind me, and I got shoved, and I got hurt pretty bad. I was all banged up, but I don't go to ridges no more, or I don't go to. And the thing is, when like Brother Josh was saying that he believes they're like Dogmen shapeshifters, well, you got to think about the natives. You know, they're shapeshifters or the Wendigo. That's how they form. You know, they form where spiritually, that's how they shapeshift. And I believe the area, because of the area, Indian Burial Ground, that's where all that activity is there. And they're very smart, like spiritually. They know us. We don't have to we don't have to be in that area for a very long time. They'll know your name. They'll know everything about you because they sense your spirit. So imagine you're sitting there in the park and you hear your mother calling you from the creek, and it's your mother's voice calling you from the creek, and you're like, wait a moment, there's no way that could be my mother, or they're calling you your full name, yelling from the woods in the middle of the night and laughing. It's kind of like, they know your spirit. So it's more of a like supernatural demon activity of what I sense, when I lived there. But it's scary. I got beat up. I was a veteran going to the VA. I couldn't even tell my doctors what was happening to me, because I said, if I tell them what's happening to me, they're going to try to lock me up in one of these, saying I have PTSD or something, and I just kept it to myself. The only thing I was doing at that time was getting cheap cameras that cost $25, $30 from Dollar General, and doing EVPs and taking pictures, and it's like it will blow up the cameras, it will crack the lenses. So I don't know. I went through a lot of, and I said, okay, maybe it's just the cameras that are defective. I bought me a nice camera from AT&T. Not even a day. I took it in there. It cracked my lens and the battery blew out of it. So that's the kind of activity that's there in Elms Grove. Well, when all the things were happening to me,
so let me say this. Somebody in the chat mentioned something, and I want to start off with this right here, and then I'm going to say something. They said that they think that this thing could be a remnant, like something that should be gone, extinct. Right here, Andrewsarchus. And what they're talking about with that is a creature that existed, like I think it was probably 42,000 years ago. 40, man, don't quote me on that. I think it's somewhere between 40 and 45,000. I know that. Let's put it that way. It's a long time ago. You're talking about 40 something millennium, and that's when it was gone. That was it. So it is very unlikely that something like that would exist. Now, in the ocean, people always use the coelacanth as something that could still be alive, but that is the ocean, and it's a lot more places to hide. You're not going to have the same situation on land, which is another thing that I don't agree with, the whole Bigfoot being, Gigantopithecus. I just have a hard time really believing that. But I will say this: it is interesting. Miguel Guetta, who's a moderator and a supporter of the show, he says, what if some of these upright canids are what's known as Andrewsarchus, an ancient wolf-like creature that I think he meant to say had a giant skull and a hump on its back? Now, that's interesting because, Monica, you had something like that.
I did, yes.
That tried to eat you.
Don't know that it tried to eat me, but it was definitely.
It tried to kill you. You were doomed. You're in that car. Saved
I sure
you.
thought I was doomed. That's for sure. I mean, I was convinced they were going to find my car on the side of the road with blood everywhere, and not knowing what happened to me. But yeah, I mean, so what I saw was definitely, it had that hyena, hump on its back. I Googled the Andrewsarchus, at least the artist renditions of what they thought they looked like. And that's not quite what I saw, but I can see where that could certainly be mistaken for a Dogman, or thought to be a Dogman, not mistaken necessarily. But, the sightings of those, if it were a remnant, that's definitely plausible.
I want to say this. The reason I brought Joe on tonight, and the reason I brought Abe on tonight and you on tonight, it's not a coincidence. This is not an accident. This is not me saying, hey, let's just hang out, guys. No, it was strategic. No wasted movement here. And Joe, you probably know what my next question is going to be for you. But before I ask that question, I want to say something, folks. You're going to want to listen. You're going to want to tune in. I saw we're at 421 and 4 people left. Shame on you, because you're not going to find anything better than tonight. I'm telling you right now, folks. We're going to hit the hammer on the nail very hard tonight. Joe, look, they just came back. See, I knew they would. They get bored. They're like, what are we doing here watching cartoons? We got to go back. Joe, you know what I'm going to say, right? Cedar Creek.
Yeah.
You don't live far from me. I could get in the car and be over there in 30 minutes, 20 minutes where you're at. Yeah. So Joe, tell me, and Abe, you live about an hour.
Yeah.
So let me say this, guys. I mean, we live in this area. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff here. Now, the limestone that Brother Abe was talking about, yeah, that's and of course Texas and most of the Midwest was part of an ancient inland sea, and a lot of people don't realize that. And it went dry years or thousands of years ago, thousands, not millions, because part of it's still covered up Texas till I believe about 130,000 years ago, which really isn't that long ago when you think about it. But, you know, yeah, I mean, when you're like me, it's like once you get to be my age, it's like, I don't even give a crap. You know, it's like, you know, I think I'm saying the other day and it was 2012. And you're like, oh, the other day I saw him.
Right.
It happened to him. They're like, I haven't seen him since 2012. Wow, that was like, because, you know, you're almost 50. So, you know, we all know this. We don't care. We're just like, whatever. You know, we're kids from the 80s, whatever.
Right.
So let me ask this from you, Joe. You have seen the hyenas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell the audience
actually,
what that was.
It was when I first moved out to Cedar Creek, because I was an Austin kid. So whenever I first came out here, right around the beginning of driving age, you know, 16-ish, 15, 16, 17, I didn't know it was an oddity. You know what I mean? So I was just like still getting used to the country. I didn't know, you know, really anything about it, or the animals, or having to watch out for deer, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that. So it was always daytime. It was always usually around anywhere from noon to mid-afternoon. Because when you move out to the country and you got a car and you're a young kid, there's nothing to do. So you go cruising around. But so like this road right here, you take that about a block, take it about another 2 blocks, and then you hit the main FM road, and that's like your main pipeline into town and stuff like that. But this hill, you'd be coming down this hill, the same hill, and it was like a mom and pups, and it was, you'd see it at least, I'm not going to say every day, but probably 2-3 times a week, maybe. Like it was a pretty common occurrence, and I just brushed it off as I was like, whoa, they got hyenas out here. You know, like I didn't understand, you know, I didn't understand that wasn't supposed to be a thing. And recently I was talking to, I think I was on Matt's show, and I was talking about Planet 412. Well, yeah, Planet 412, yeah. I was talking about it, and I like hit an instant connection, because I think I saw I know I saw my first shapeshifter just recently. And when I was telling him the story, I was like, you know what? That's at the bottom of the same hill that I used to see those hyenas at. It's literally the same spot, because there's like, and I think it has to do with a body of water, because there's it's a man-made, we call them tanks down here in Texas, but it's a man-made pond basically. And so across the street from that area, there's a decent sized pond. I mean, so I think it might have been like a water source for them. And then on the other side, it goes into like ranch land. So maybe they would just, you know, cruise over there, go grab water, cruise back. I don't know. But I found that pretty interesting. And whenever the neurons in my nugget actually collided and put 2 and 2 together, I was like blown back a little bit. Like, I think if you watch the show, you'll see me go, dude, like I surprised myself. I'm like, whoa, that's the same spot. I never even thought about it. But yeah, there used to be those. One time I thought, because whenever I started actually watching your show, Josh, and I was getting into like the cryptid thing big time, you know, because I drive home at night, and I literally, my soul almost jumped out of my body, because I thought, I pulled around the corner and I thought I saw a Skinwalker. It was this big, white, lanky, huge thing, you know. And I mean, I'm talking, you know, over hip high, probably like rib cage high, probably almost as long as my torso. You know, so it was this big lanky thing, and I was like, oh my God, I'm seeing one for the first time. and it was someone shaved the neighborhood where those great white, the big white dogs,
Pyrenees.
Pyrenees, yes. Someone shaved the local.
I think that was an honest mistake. I think anybody would have been.
I almost wrecked my car in the ditch.
Thank God that's what it was.
No kidding.
Right, yeah. But yeah, it's funny. I was like, oh my God,
You know, there was.
I haven't really had any.
Go ahead, Joe.
What?
I was going to say there was a species of.
I was going to say.
You got the floor, man. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say that shape shifting thing, and I guess the hyenas, if you consider it, are pretty much my only, I'd say, personal cryptid encounters. Like, I mean, you know, through watching all the evidence and everything, I'm a high believer in it, and you know, I don't put anything past any of it, because there's just so much, there's just so many encounters through so many centuries, through so many continents, that it's impossible not to, in order to think that it's some kind of, you know, conspiracy that these people from everywhere, all over the world, all put together, all have seen it through ancient tribes, through different tribes that warred with each other, that didn't want to have nothing to do with each other's history, you know, going back, you know, as far as man has been written script, you know. So, I mean, all the way back to Sumerian, you know what I mean, and beyond. So, I'm a full believer in it. I just haven't. And sometimes I think I'm blessed to say that I haven't seen anything, especially anything that's malicious or dangerous, or, you know, has an evil intent. Now, as far as paranormal, I've seen, you know, a lot of the other sides. And actually, when I was talking to, when I was on Planet 412 talking to Matt, I started getting into some of my stories. And when we got to the Shadow Man stuff, like instantly, and that's what I was thinking about Abe when Abe was talking. Instantly, like our internet connection started messing up. The cameras were like glitching out, and he was like, you know, I mean, we're like, we're getting too close, you know, like they're telling us to chill out and quit talking about it, you know. But you got to, because that's our job, you know, is to, as believers, is to you know, help people understand that this is a real thing, and there is a real spiritual warfare going on with a lot of these entities, whether it be cryptic or inhumanoid. I don't even like the word cryptic, y'all know that. Or paranormal, or, you know, unidentified objects, you know. So, you know, I think it's whether or not the forces try to stop us or try to impede our, you know, everyone's message to each other, that it's important to just keep going for it, man, because you can't let it stop you, you know, at all. You can't let the wicked prevail and scare you into not spreading the word, you know what I'm saying?
And see, that was the first issue I had in this community, was the people were trying to say, this isn't an evil creature. It's not a bad thing. It's just an animal. It's an animal that somehow has learned to just walk around like a man, has an upper body like a man. And and I'm like, dude, that sounds so ludicrous. And in that particular group, it was starting to form, like, to me, to form like a cancer, until I had to, like, say, look, this isn't correct. We have to go in the other direction, because you're never going to find anything. And people were well, I'm just going to say it. They were lying. They were saying, I went out in the field and I saw one, and it was, you know, it did this and did that. And they were making up stories to try to fit their narrative. And they were going on this one show, and he would always put them to talk, the people that saw the physical, and he built the narrative around it. And then as things started to change, now you go, and that show's starting to move in another direction, because they can't deny it anymore, because what people are seeing is not Dogman. Okay. That's not a Dogman.
Right.
And so I have a problem with that term, because some people do see something that looks dog-like, you know. I had a lady reach out to me. Okay. And so She told one of the things she said to me, and it was Sarah, and she was a very nice lady, and she said that I had a dogman encounter. This is what a lot of people do say. I had a dogman encounter, and I said, okay. She's like, but I don't think it was a normal dogman. And I said, is there any kind of a dogman that's normal? But bless her heart, she said, look, and if you're listening, Sarah, I said I was going to talk about this tonight. She said, what it did was not dog-like. She's like, and it looked like a wolf. And she said, but it looked like a wolf kind of mixed with a hyena, if that makes sense. And I said, yeah, it kind of does. And she said that I don't think that these things are canine, completely canine. And I don't think that they're dogs at all. And she was kind of thrown off by the term dogman. And she's a listener of this show that's how she found me. And she says, you've described things in the stories that you've retold, that are different than what I'm, it's more like what I saw. And so there was one story in particular that I had told, and I said, well, go to my channel. So that was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and she's been binge watching it, and she keeps messaging me, oh my gosh, this is crazy, because there's a lot more going on than just, somebody getting up there and stretching out a 10-minute encounter into an hour and trying to make it fit some sort of false narrative, which I think is what's happening a lot in a lot of these other places. And I'm not trying to bag on people, and I'm not going to say their names because that would be rude, but I'm just going to say that I don't think that they're doing the community any justice, because those people they're not being given any answers when they go into those shows. The hosts are not telling them, hey, there's other people that have seen things like you,
Right.
and they're not giving them any kind of clarity at all. And half of them end up over here at some point looking for answers. And here lately, I've had to tell people, well, you know what? I don't think these things are completely just some sort of physical thing that's like that all the time. And I'll refer them to Abe or, to people like Monica. I haven't referred anybody to you yet, but your encounter that shows us, or like what you saw, Joe, like, you're driving. The cave hyena should have gone extinct like 20,000 years ago. Now, in certain parts of the world, here in Texas, but certain parts of the world, they could have been around as maybe 1,500, not even that long ago, really, like a millennia and a half.
Yeah.
You're talking about a Pleistocene era creature, and these creatures from the Younger Dryas, I mean, they could possibly still be around. I've done a lot of research into prehistory, and when Ken was on the show one day, he was talking about the prehistory of these different creatures, and we were throwing out things, and somebody had mentioned about the Amarok when Ken was on the show, missing in the huge state that nobody lives in. I have a bone to pick with Alaska because they're bigger than my beloved Texas. That's all I got to say. I still, you know what? We still have people, though. We have people that live here. We're not up there freezing in the, what do they call them? The igloos and all that. We're not doing that. But I'm messing with you, Alaska. I've been there. I love Alaska. It's beautiful. I've been there to the south anyway. But, he was in the Amarok, right? So the Amphision being one of the candidates for that. And I'm like, okay. And I waited for Ken to say it because I knew what he was going to say, because we've had multiple conversations about this way too far back in the history. But if you're into things changing, and I'm not going to call it evolution because some people say it's just adaptation, and I think it happens a lot faster than people think it does. You can go 2 or 3 generations and have something completely different than what you had before, because I used to breed dogs, mastiffs in particular. I wasn't one of those backyard breeders. We bred them for working dogs to be for the police and security and things like that. And I had a couple of them, different ones at different times, and they have their own little temperaments, and they're really, really sweet dogs. Like, they are like pit bulls, but without the bad temperament that a lot of times pit bulls have. And I don't want to make pit bull owners mad, but pit bulls can have a genetic defect, whereas mastiffs have all this power. Like, it's almost twice the power of a pit bull, but with no. I'm not going to say they won't hurt if you mess with them, but they're very loving family dogs, and they'll protect. You can get them and train them to protect your home and your other animals. They're a very good. I recommend a mastiff, a Spanish Mastin or an English Mastiff. Very good dogs. So I had a couple of these, but you breed them. But within 3 or 4 breedings, like I saw a difference in some of the pups looking at their grandparents' lineage. So what we did, because we weren't worried about the AKC registration, we threw a lab in there. So we mixed a lab with one of these, which would have been my dog's mother. She was actually half lab. My dog, I say, because I chose him as my dog. He was, I love that dog. His name was Ivan. And get this, he had hip dysplasia when he was 12. And they said, your dog's going to be in decline. And dude, I hit the books and I found every possible thing I could do to make sure. I gave him glucosamine, chondroitin, MSM. I got hyaluronic acid, and I crushed it up in his food. And he was so smart, he'd watch me, and I'd have to turn my back and I'd be like, it's cool, and then shred cheese on it and everything else. Finally, I think he's so smart, he figured out, hey, I need to take this. Because when he would spit it out, he would limp around and he would, and it would break my heart. And so I just sat there with him and I was like, and animals are smart. And I was like, I told him, I said, you're going to have to eat this because if not, you're going to be in pain. And so I quit walking him right after that. And believe it or not, he lived to be 16. That's a long time for an old dog.
Yeah.
And so I took good care of that dog. And, when he got older, it was like hand feeding him and he was almost blind and everything else was wrong, but he served his purpose very well. And he protected me and my things and my household for a long time. Animals to me are like family. Now, I looked at him many times and I thought if he even tries to lift himself up, he's going to be in excruciating pain because their hips are not made that way. So I observed him and I watched him along with my German Shepherd, Caesar. And I looked at them and I watched them grow. And I knew this is not what we're dealing with. This canine is not a wolf that can stand up and move around like that. The hips would not allow it. The hips are actually very weak in the way that they will not allow that dog to stand up for even on a fence for very long because they don't have that kind of musculature around the hips. It's not the joints. None of it works physiologically. Right. So if you see a deer, like a not deer, people see walking on two legs, or a goat walking on two legs, or a dog, or a cat, or a wolf walking on two legs. I'm just going to say right now, that's not physiologically feasible. Bears can barely walk for very long. 20, 30 yards is like their max. Like they can't do it. They can train them to do that. And then they end up with horrible hip problems, lower back problems, and bad arthritis to where they can barely walk and move. And sadly, when you go to a circus, you're supporting that because that bear cannot do that for very long. And as it gets older, within 3 to 4 years, that thing is not going to be able to move and they're going to put it down. Sad reality. Yeah. Now, this is physics. This is just physiologically not possible, okay? It's not feasible. Now, people will say, I'll hear this popping noise, pop, pop, pop. We've all heard of this, right? The Dogman stands up and it makes a popping noise. But we also know, and if you have a background in the paranormal, as they call it, which I think is just all this is paranormal, but people put labels, ghosts. If you're in the ghost community, which I've been in for 20 years, I can tell you this. There's a popping noise. Now, I did an investigation one time, and your neck of the woods, Abe, but it was not in Killeen. It was in Temple, Texas. And I went there, and there was and Temple's got a lot of weird stuff, dude. Let me tell you, I don't know what's wrong with that town. But I lock the doors going through.
I live in Temple now. I'm moving from Killeen to Temple.
Okay, so out of the fat into the fire. But so Temple, my Thea Hova used to live there in Temple, and she worked in the sewing factory for years. And so, Temple's got a lot of weird stuff. Now, I'll say this. I did an investigation there one time. And ironically, it was like not far from where my aunt's job used to be. So I kind of knew where we were going. This was several years ago, and I stopped and I talked to these people, and they said, come to our house, whatever. The child was trying to describe to me and my brother the noises that this entity would make when it would pop into the reality. And get this. He said that it sounded like one day by accident, him and his brother were playing around. And I know you probably did this as a kid. You'll take those 3-liter plastic bottles and you hit them, and then the little lid flies up in the air. He said it sounded like that, like the lid of a soda popping up and down. And he said it would do it 3 times. 3 times. And so I thought, if that's the situation, then what if these dogmen that are standing up going pop, 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 it's not really their joints, it's them entering into our reality or being observed by us. And so what in the hell did you just do?
Yeah, I believe so, brother. Brother Josh, what you're saying that that's what they're doing. It the pop that they're hearing is when they're entering into our into our world from their dimension. Because I witnessed something like that when I was a kid, where my grandmother, there was this man that was knocking on her door. She had made this bowl of, it's called capirutada in Spanish. And I said, there's a man here. And she's like, walked towards the door. She was like in her 80s already. And he looked at her and she kind of got scared when she seen him. And she backed away like 2-3 steps.
Hey, hold on time out just 1 second. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But a couple people have messaged me too.
Okay.
Your sound is up real loud. Just turn it down just a tad.
My sound?
Yeah, your sound. See if you can turn it down just a little bit.
Okay. How about there?
Yeah, I think that's a little bit lower.
Yeah.
So, didn't mean to interrupt, but I didn't want you to keep going and then people complain. Go ahead, Dave.
So she invited him inside the house, right? I was at the time 10 years old. So she had made this Spanish dish called capirutada, which has got raisins and it's a bread with raisins and apples and stuff like that. And she had invited me to eat that with her. I had already finished my bowl, and this man goes sits down on the table. She grabs a whole bowl that she made and puts it right in front of him. And she told him, I made your favorite dish. He started eating it out of the bowl like a dog. He didn't even use a spoon or nothing. And he was making like this growling sound like animals eat, you know? And I was like freaking out. I'm like, who the hell? I was like, who is this, you know? And then I looked at his foot and I could see it twitching underneath the table. So I could see gnats flying around. So I went underneath there and I lifted his pant leg. When I lifted his pant leg, I seen a goat leg or a beast leg. You could see the fur on it. He kicked me, and I came running out of the table, and he stood up.
And you were a kid when this happened, no?
Yeah, I was 10 years old. You know,
if you're a
and
grown man doing that would be really, you're like under the
so
table.
I'm standing, and he's looking at me, and he looks at my grandmother, and he tells her, it's time, it's your time, it's time to go. And she's like, no, it's not my time. And he looks at me and he points at me and he said, I'm going to take him. He's too strong. You know, I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. You know, I'm just 10 years old. So I'm just looking, and I started like praying within myself because I could feel like something weird in the atmosphere, you know? And my grandmother said that, and it's like, if I can't take him, then who am I going to take? Who am I going to take? And she mentioned my uncle's name, right? So he told her, I'll be back in a year. In 1 year, I'll be back. He walked to the door, and I went out to the door. My grandmother's telling me not to follow him, you know, and I'm hard-headed, you know. I was a kid. I was hard-headed. I was, you know, curiosity. So as I'm following them, because our grandmother lived right by our house, and my mom's yelling at me, hey, don't follow him, you know, don't follow. So I ignored my mother also, you know. So I'm following him on the street, and it's daylight. He goes up the hill, and he's walking through the middle of the road. And next thing you know, like you said, you hear those, like a pop, pop, pop. It's kind of like a dimension open. He went through the like a time warp, and then it closed, and he was gone. He just disappeared. So there was a house right there beside it, and I was like, man, that's a magic trick. You know, he's probably lives in that house that's right there. So I went inside the house. It was abandoned. There was nothing there, but he just disappeared in thin air. But you could hear like the pop that I heard. It was more like a, you know, like an aluminum or metal pop, like something in that nature, like pop, pop. But he just disappeared, like he went into a different dimension, you know. 2 weeks passed by, and we're at our cousin's house. And I see a man going into the porch. This is nighttime, and you could hear like a hoof on the porch, boom, boom. He's banging on the door, trying to come inside the house. My uncle, the name that my grandmother mentioned, he got spiritually attacked. Things started happening to him in which we had to pray and stuff like that. But I believe you're right, brother Josh, that it is where they're coming into our reality, and then they go out, you know, out of a reality where they're making that sound. the entering. I always tell people to put it to the test. I put it to the test in Elm Grove, where it manifested and it was looking at me, and I said, I typed binary rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ just to see if it was something demonic. And when I said that, it just disappeared, boom, in a puff of smoke, and you could smell sulfur. And there was times where you could smell like pestilence, you know, like a real nasty smell of feces and urine and all kinds of stuff like that, you know, a very nasty smell. That's when I knew what I was dealing with. I said, well, I'm not going to be able to fight this spiritually. I have to fight it. I mean, physically, I'm going to have to fight it spiritually. So that's how I overcame what I was going through in Elms Grove is through Jesus Christ. I started fighting spiritually.
What people don't know about you, though, Abe, is that you when you were on our show, and me and Barton actually interviewed you, we did like a 3-part series or something, and it was very interesting. To this day, Anthony says it's one of his favorites. You talked about something that happens in the Hispanic, in particular the Mexican community, that a lot of people won't understand. But you were exposed to brujeria, a bruja, and you were told you had to live with her. I mean, she took you as like a sort of as a ward, and this is something that does happen in the Latino community. It doesn't happen now, but especially in Mexico. There's a lot of like brujeria negra, is black magic, that happens.
When I was 3 years old when it happened, my brother was very sick, and the doctors in the States couldn't do nothing for him. They said he was going to die because he had high fevers, and he was always hallucinating, seeing snakes and stuff like that, spiders. But they said that he was going to die because they couldn't control the fevers. The fevers were too high. There was a medicine woman in Tamaulipas, Reynosa, in Mexico, where
in northern Mexico, and Reynosa's on the border.
Yeah, and she said she could heal him, But when we got there, they said that the deal was that if she healed him, that I had to stay with her for I believe 3 to 6 months. I can't even remember. I was too small. So I remember when she healed him. She grabbed his egg. She had a little fire, and she stood doing like signs of crosses and praying over my brother. And my brother had like a limp because of the high fevers, and his arm was like this, and he had a limp on his left leg. And when she was doing this, it's like she cracked the egg, and a little black shit came out of the egg, and he had a broken wing and a broken leg. And the maldad that was done to my brother went into the egg. She said that somebody put a hex on him, that my brother, that was witchcraft. So when it went into the little bird, right, my brother got healed. It makes me wonder sometimes too, like when they use something like that, what happened to the little bird? Did the little bird die, or did the little bird survive? And it's got whatever was wrong with him in it. The maldad's in it. I don't know what she did to the little bird. That had the baby chick. But after that, it's like my brother left, and I stayed with her. I remember she would cook me the corn tortillas with refried beans. And there was people that was coming into her little hut. She had the other room was where she had a little altar and a fire on the ground because her floor was made out of dirt. And there was people that were sick, where people were doing hexes and stuff like that. I've seen her heal a lot of people, where she would put barbed wire out of people, pieces of glass, snakes, spiders, scorpions. And there was times where people were so spiritually afflicted that she had to go in spiritually to wherever they were hurting. I could see her spirit go into their bodies, and next thing you know, I would see what was causing them to be sick leave the body, and they would stand. Sometimes it was one, sometimes it was two, and sometimes it was more, like 4. But when I would see it standing by the wall, it was formed a shadow, and it was a beastly form of a shadow, where you could see the silhouette, and it looks like a canine-ish or demonic, right? And I'm looking because I was only at 3 at the time, and I see where they're walking and they leave the hut, and she looks at me and she tells me, "Are they gone? Are they gone?" and I'm pointing at the wall where they're leaving, and I'll go like this, that they're gone. And that's what I would do. I was like her little, I guess, helper, where I could see when they would leave the person's body. After a while, I remember when they came. What I mean by they is the people that were doing those sexes on those individuals we helped out. The wrong has to go somewhere, so it goes back to the sender. And I remember when the Stark Witches came, it was a lot of them. There was like, I caught at least 10 that were standing up, all dressed in black. But there were some that were in lechuza form on the trees. And they were right there, and I was there with her. And they were telling her that she needed to stop helping out people. Because when she was helping out people, that the maldad they were causing was going back to them. And they were mad because one of their great, I guess, dark witches died because of that. So they came for her. You know, they were coming for her and for me because we're helping people. But you know, I believe the Heavenly Father was around me, protecting me, and I was in prayer. Well, she went in prayer, and I was there by her, and they couldn't come in. But right after that is when they came to pick me up. My mother came, maybe, I don't know, because I didn't know about time. You know, I was only 3. I just remember coming out of an outdoor restroom, and I hear a woman yell my name, and she's crying. And I'm looking at the woman. I don't even recognize her. That's why I don't know how long I was there. And then it was my mom, you know, and the medicine woman wanted to keep me there with her. She didn't want me to go, and she was telling her that I was gifted. But I came back to the States. But that's why I'm in tune to a lot of this. You know, it's been like this all my life.
She chose you, and the reason she chose you, folks, when we're born, when we first come out as children, you know, when we're babies, we have the eye. And in Spanish, it's the ojo dotado. It's like the gift of the eye. And they'll tell you, well, this child has the eye. You know, that means you can see like lechuza and all these other things, duendes and things that you would normally not see. You know, you're not going to walk around seeing them because you're not in tune with that. And there's different ways to be born that, and it could be a familial thing, but it could also be a traumatic event, or you could just be destined to do it. It just depends. Like Scorpion just posted on her, its nickname is Scorpion. That's one of my best friends. It says, my great grandmother was a curandera, and I saw her do the egg thing over a baby. And what they do is they take the werewolf, they say in Spanish, the egg, and they rub it over somebody, and then it'll turn black, you know. And he saw that. He said she cracked the egg open, and it was hard boiled and black inside. Now Tony's Vietnamese. That's my godson, who's co-host on Sunday. Tony's mother does that too, and I've seen her do it. I've seen her cleanse people, and they'll do this thing where they like spew this like alcohol or whatever, and they'll do like a cleanse, and so the alcohol is that people will say, well, that's the type of voodoo or hoodoo or santeria. Not necessarily. They use it in all of those, but it's also used as a purification of the body. And then the egg absorbs all of the darkness and the energy, and it really does work. I've seen it happen. It was done to me when I was a child by my great aunt when I was sick, and they did this like weird. They put like this cone in my ear to get rid of an ear infection, and then they put this egg over me. And if it's black, it does its job. It means that it's pulled it out of you. What they really worry about is if it's blood in the middle of it.
Yeah, and
that can mean death. That's
the maldad, you know, the unclean spirit that's causing the person to be sick goes into the egg. You give it no ultimatum but to go there, you know. And sometimes when that happens, they'll some are fighters. Some of those unclean spirits are fighters. So what they'll do is fly around within your house, and if you see like traces of blood, like on the walls, on your light fixtures, it's because that unclean spirit is injured. You know, it's those spirits that come from, you know, from Sinai or from where they get tortured, where their flesh comes on and comes off. So they left remnants of that residue behind. But that's letting you know that the spirit is still loose. So what you do, you still continue to cleanse and giving no choice but to leave. You're like if you're cleansing a house or a person, you're giving an ultimatum but to go into that egg. I've seen it where I'm doing the cleansing and there's oranges on the table, and instead of going into the egg, it goes into the orange, and the orange looks like a grapefruit, and you're like, whoa! And all the oranges underneath are rotten. They're rotten black.
Yep.
You're like, wait a moment, those are brand new. How are they going to be all rotten black like that, right? So you take the one that looks like a grapefruit outside and throw it, and when it lands on the ground, you see nothing but like traces of like blood, but it's because of the unclean spirit that's injured.
So let me ask you this question, and this is for everybody, and I'm going to go around the horn here. After what we've heard so far from like, you know, and what are your thoughts? I'll start with you, Joe, and then we'll jump up to Monica, because Abe's kind of said what he believes. But Joe, what are your thoughts on this? Okay, so you saw hyena. Do you think that was a flesh and blood animal, like a real actual hyena from nowadays, or could it have been something from a holdover or whatever? Let's get that out of the way.
Well, yeah, at the time, I mean, I didn't have any reason to think that it wasn't, just because I had the lack of my knowledge of that wasn't supposed to be a thing. But you know, now that I do know, that it makes me speculate. And also seeing that shapeshifter at that same spot makes me a little bit more curious about what's going on in that area, if that's something that and I've also seen a glass orb in that same field over there, like a UFO, and it was actually shining light. Me and like about 5 or 6 other buddies saw it, because we were all partying, and one of my buddies left, and they were like, all right, we're gonna go home. And so everyone wasn't like partying, but we were just hanging out, you know. And they came back and they were like, y'all gotta come see this. And we got in our like 3 or 4 cars and all went down there. And there was this like a mirror looking orb. I guess you could call it silver, but it'd be like highly polished silver to where it's reflective. And it wasn't emitting a light, but you could see the light on the ground, and it was like trying to chase the cattle, and like the cattle were running and spooking out everywhere and running. So that also happened in the same spot. So is there something to do with that land? Is it maybe like a portal area or something like that? Very possible, you know what I mean? But about what Abe was saying, what that triggered one thing in my nugget was when Christ encountered Legion and the unclean spirits went to the unclean animals. You know what I mean? So like that seems to be a very, and not that chickens are actually unclean, because they are kosher by Hebraic dietary law, you know what I mean? But, and that's why people say it was the pigs, because they're not clean by dietary law. But it just goes to the same factors, like because Christ also talks about how, you know, I feed the birds and I feed the flowers, and how much more do I love you than I love them, right? And so I'll take care of you. So if it came down to it, would he sacrifice, you know, an animal's position over a human soul? I believe absolutely. You know, so even if it was casting the dirt into some, you know, something that doesn't retain God's soul as in given to a human being, then yeah, I don't see why not. You know what I mean? Just a thought, you know.
I think it's interesting because you know a lot about the Bible, because your religious upbringing, it changed, and so you were forced to learn all of this. And I don't know yours, Monica, but I know Joe and Abe's are very well versed in biblical theology. But we're going to move on to Monica now, and that's interesting what you said, Joe. The only thing I can add to that is, like, I think you have a full spectrum perspective on this. and I think that
Mhm.
you have a
Appreciate
good grasp, and so does Abe. And Monica, tell us what you think. Now, you want to go over your story. Now, you were on the show. What was it, Wednesday? What
I think
day?
so.
Tuesday. It was Tuesday.
Was it Tuesday? I can't remember. This week's a blur.
Time just flew by like it was like.
It really did.
So I can't remember, but you were on the show a couple nights ago, and folks go back
Mhm.
and listen to that if you want to hear her encounter. But you can do a quick rundown what you saw, and that could bring people a little more perspective, about what you think. But
Sure. So what hit it? Well, first of all, the place that I saw it was a place that you would not expect to see a creature, at least in my mind. Not a place that you would expect to see a creature like this, because I was within the Dallas city limits. And in fact, I was going to pick my daughter up, and it was, late in the evening. It was 11:30 at night. And I was turning off of a fairly major thoroughfare onto this residential street that, goes down for quite a ways and dead ends into where my daughter was employed. And the area is pretty affluent. So they're very large yards in this, I don't know if I'd call it estates, but they're very large yards in this area. And as I had turned onto this residential street, there's only one street light there. It's very dark back in that area. There's a creek, there's lots of trees. It's very dark. And there is a single street light, maybe 30 yards down the road. And as I'm turning onto the road, I hadn't really started accelerating yet. I noticed something to my right coming towards me, and it was low to the ground. And I'm thinking it's a dog, to be honest. So I didn't really speed up very much because it was, on a trajectory to, intersect my cars. So as I'm going, it kind of turns direction and starts running towards my car. And as it gets closer, it starts loping, like bounding, kind of jumping towards my car. And as it's getting closer, it's jumping higher. And when it landed in what I call like a runner stance, like one hand down and one hand up for leverage. And it puts its arm down, and I want to say it started to stand up, but then it squatted back down and it stuck its head out. And it was only about 15 feet from my passenger's door. And it was ducked kind of down because it was definitely taller than my car. And it ducked down and was following me with its head as I was driving by. And the thing besides that was also very terrifying was, as I'm, running down the road, this thing's coming towards me. I get this just wave of evil. And it's very difficult for me to explain because I've never, ever felt anything like that before. I've done research for 22 years, Bigfoot research for 22 years. I've been out in the middle of nowhere in the dark by myself. Never in my life have I felt that. And never in my life have I been that terrified. And it was just like waves crashing over me, like just relentless, this evil, malicious feeling before I even really recognized what I was looking at. And of course, it lands. I knew it was tall, and there was a Christmas decoration because it was around Christmas time. So these people had this decoration that spelled out joy. And I forget to mention that. It was JOY. So it was pretty tall. It was metal. It landed near that. And I could measure kind of how big it was based on this large decoration that was there. And anyway, it's watching me. I snap out of it, slam on the gas, and just blow every stop sign on the way down that road. And I'm, terrified. I'm afraid to look in the rearview mirror because I don't want to see it again. And I definitely don't want to see it chasing me. But at the same time, I'm expecting it to just jump on my car. I'm expecting to feel that weight on my car. And I'm thinking, they're going to find my car on the side of the road covered in blood. I'm going to be gone. Nobody's going to know what happened to me. And I just tore out of there. I get to my daughter's work and I turn around so that I'm parked facing the street. And I'm convinced I'm going to see it because I think it's chasing me. I was so terrified. She eventually comes out, and I debated whether or not I wanted to drive back that way just to have somebody else see this. And, of course I didn't, because I don't want to put my daughter through that. So we took the long way home, and I wouldn't go down that road again for a long time. But I remember pulling into, my place, and I go inside and I'm laying in bed and I'm thinking, can that thing find me? Can it smell me? Can it scent me out? Because I was only, like 10, 12 miles as the crow flies from where the encounter happened. And, I used to run at night through my neighborhood, no big deal. And I couldn't do it after that. Any leaf blowing in the wind, scraping across the pavement, any, leaves rustling in the brush, I was convinced it was that thing coming to finish the job. And what's interesting also is that 6 months later, I had a big outing planned with a bunch of friends up in, Skookum Meadows up in Washington State. And that's very remote. Didn't have a problem there. I wasn't afraid. And we were out there doing our thing in the dark and, trumping around the woods. No problem whatsoever. But I couldn't run down my neighborhood because of what I had seen and where I had seen it.
Wow. So you were a very weak individual. I'm sorry that happened. I can't imagine what that must have been like. You're very weak, Monica.
I am.
What time frame was that? What time frame was that when it happened? Was it late at night?
Yes, it was between 11:30 at night, I would say.
It happened in Dallas.
Dallas, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I used to live in Plano, Texas, when I was in my teenage years. I hear about activity near a mall there. There's creeks all around Dallas. So
yeah, there are. But I mean,
the Trinity runs through there.
Yeah, the Trinity does, definitely. But to answer Josh's question about, flesh and blood versus spiritual, it's hard for me to say because in my mind, rationally, I want to say flesh and blood. What I saw was definitely solid. But again, where did it come from? Because something that big with that look, I mean, it's, it can roam the creeks, but somebody's going to see it. It's Dallas. How did it get there? I can't explain that. I don't know what it was. I don't know how it got there. So I can't rule out that it was a spiritual manifestation. Yeah, because I've had a life of things, I don't want to say coming to attack me, but there's been things around me my whole life.
Was you investigating at that time when that happened? Had you been to investigations?
That's about the time I started backing out of investigations. I had started declining.
My thought on it is because whenever I did have a lot of I'd say some of them were demonic, some of them were ghost stuff going on. It's like you get that preemptive feeling before you ever see it. You can after a while you accustom to you just know that it's coming on. You feel the energy shift. You feel everything. So, and like I said, I've never had any inhumanoid experience type thing, but I noticed that that's what happens in a lot of people's experiences is that they'll be like, man, you just feel this, so if that heaviness or that negative energy starts to fill the woods or wherever these people are at, then to me that just kind of points almost instantly to spirituality. It's one thing if you're like, it feels like someone's looking at me, but you never really have whether it's an ominous feeling or you just feel like someone's looking at you from across the bar or whatever, but so to me that's just one of the things that points to it. And that's just my thoughts on what you're saying, how you kind of in that area, it doesn't weird you out outside of it, but
did you pray at all? Like when you seen it, that you feel those senses like it's something pure evil? Did you go into prayer?
I don't think I did. I've done that before when I've been attacked spiritually. I have done that. But this time, this was unlike anything I had experienced up.
Yeah. It's like it happened so fast, like you forget what to do.
Yeah, and I just, I was shocked because in my mind, as I'm, it didn't take that long for this whole thing to happen.
How
everything's
big did it
getting
look?
smaller.
Like how tall did you?
Yeah, God, it's difficult for me to. I'm terrible with distance and
Yeah,
sizes.
yeah,
You know, because it was crouched down. It was kind of
yeah,
hunched
yeah.
over
I
the
see,
whole
I
time
see.
too.
Like it was
I
on the
mean, I would
prowl.
guess hunched over, it was probably 6 feet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
And it
maybe
was,
if it stood up, it might have been taller.
oh yeah, it would definitely, yeah. You know, because as it was jumping and it was getting closer, I'm like, oh, first of all, why is a dog jumping?
Right.
It's huge. And then, you know, when it lands and it's got an arm, it's an arm.
Yeah, how fast were you going when you were driving and it was following you? How fast were you going?
I mean, I hadn't even sped up for making the turn onto the street.
Oh, I see.
So I don't think I was doing
Yeah.
more than, 15 miles an hour max.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
greyhounds can run pretty fast. They
Mhm.
can like 65, 70. When you're going 70, they can be right there beside you, the greyhounds.
Sure. I mean, and
So,
I've heard stories where they're pacing cars. I mean, and that's part of the reason I was terrified, just tearing down the road. This thing can chase me. That's going to be a problem for that.
yeah.
You know?
Right. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Sorry, I had to.
Nah, I'm good. If I saw that,
I'm glad that you're okay, that nothing happened, you know. But I could only imagine, you know, seeing something like that and just when that feeling comes and your hair stand up and, you know.
You know, I've had the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I've heard
Yeah.
screams in the woods that like literally make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I have never experienced this. This was beyond that. That was beyond the heavy feeling or the, you feel somebody watching. This was, like I said, it's very difficult to explain because I've never experienced it before. And it was just waves of evil is the best I can describe it.
Yeah, it's like it wanted to stop you from doing what you do spiritually, you know, like I guess sent to scare you, to like a warning or something, you know, hey, stop doing this or whatever. Yeah, what I do when I see something like that, that it looks out of the order, I'll rebuke it. So I type right in rebuke in Jesus Christ's name.
Mm-hmm.
Normally when I do that, they disappear. They don't walk away, they just disappear in thin air, you know. But, you know.
It might have. I mean, I left. I didn't see what happened to it after I drove away.
I guess a good analogy on that would be like is if you feel someone's eyes on you or someone watching you, that'd be like coffee compared to an energy drink. Whenever it's like a cup of coffee versus a monster.
Exactly.
And it's weird what you said. He was standing by the sign that said joy.
Yeah, I know. Right. It was not joyous.
Right, but that also that also comes.
Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead. I said that also comes into fruition on positive spiritual energy. Like like sometimes you can do your your regular prayers and you're just saying your routine, and then sometimes when you're going through great trials and tribulations, like you'll really feel like the hardcore washing over of positive energy from God. You know what I mean? It's not just like that regular, I did my normal routine thing. Like when you feel that same power, and that power is even more significant, stronger than, the dark side of it. I've noticed that myself. Like whenever I'm really in trouble spiritually and I'm really asking God to help me out, it's like a tidal wave versus being in Corpus Christi. You know what I mean? Like literally, big time.
Where their house was, you ever go talk to the people? You see they had any kind of activity at their house? Because that's where it was at their house, right?
Yeah, well, it was in their front yard. These estates were a little bizarre because they were a minimum 2 acre, I would say, and the house was set so far back from the road it was actually down. You could only barely see the roof of the home.
Oh,
and I don't want to get shot, so I'm not going to go that far onto somebody's property.
It's Texas,
and we all live in Texas, so that
it's Texas.
You don't even have to have purple posts, and they could just
that's crazy.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. There's a lot of people talking in the chat now. We're going to get into something about the Dogman werewolf phenomena here. Sounds like my book. My book is called Werewolves and the Dogman Phenomena, or whatever. But go check it out. It's a mismatch of whatever. That's
Great.
on Amazon if you're interested. We also have the Bigfoot phenomena if you're interested. But here's what I'm going to say about the dogman werewolf debate. There's people saying, well, a dogman does this, a werewolf does that. I mean, are y'all saying that that's literally, not the panel here, but the chat, are people saying that that is literally what this is? Because, I mean, it's not. I mean, you can't say that a dogman is this way and a werewolf is this way because we really don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Right. Yeah. There's no experts.
Yeah. And whenever you talk about the different types of legs, like this thing that I talked about, these people saw on Tuesday, but before I went on with Monica, I did a show about bear man reports, and one of them was from the Everglades of Florida in the 80s, in the mid 80s. And a husband and wife, they saw this thing, and I was like, it was not a bear. They were convinced, and it was not a Bigfoot because the man had actually seen a Bigfoot. So he had a comparison of the two. Now, there are different types of Bigfoot, you know, so maybe, but there was straight legs. But then you get the bear man reports here in this area, like the hill country is full of these bear man reports. I had no idea how many people were seeing that and saying, well, we're just throwing it all in the toy box with the dogman reports and saying, well, this is a dogman. But, you know, if you go back and Guadalupe Hernandez, and who had no relation to the Hernandez Ranch, but Jenna Perry, they talk about it on the show. Like, these people come on and they see these things. I mean, they look like bears, but they're like people. And then I fielded some more reports, and then I was talking to my friend, David Weatherly, and he's like, he was out one day, and he says, guess what? I'm heading out to Blanco to cover a report of a bear man. I said, yeah, there you go. Because that area is inundated with them. Now people will see things. I got a story recently, and this is the story I wanted to tell, and I want the audience to listen, and I want the people on the panel to listen, and you give me your opinions. This one happened out of Devil's Backbone. It happened about 3 or 4 miles from Blanco. And this one happened last March, so it's been a year. And they said this was in early March, so it's been over a year. And they were hiking in this one area of the Devil's Backbone, and they came across right there in the middle of the trail something. There were deer, 3 or 4 deer that ran across, that was growling and running toward the deer. And then when it sees them, it stops, turns, and then they have its full attention. And it looked like a bear. But as it began to stand up on its hind legs and move and turn, get this, the thing looks more and more like a werewolf. Now, they don't know anything about Dogman, these people. Kristen, the woman that gave us this story, she says, me and my husband, we're outside of Fredericksburg originally. And then she said, we grew up in this area, and we had heard stories of weird stuff, especially Devil's Backbone. You're going to, you know, but she's like, I never thought in a million years I would see anything that looked like this. And she found me by accident because she went looking up werewolves and came across, you know, one of my shows, Texas Wolfman, I believe she said. And she said that the weird thing about it was that it looked like a bear, and then it became a werewolf. And I said, are you sure? Are you sure that you didn't just see this big hulking like thing? And here's the thing, if it was a predatory animal, and as close as it was to those deer, and it was just a flesh and blood thing, it would have kept going and it would have ignored them. I hear of that all the time. In the Sierra Nevadas, there was a cougar that chased down a deer, and these people, it ran 2 feet from them and didn't even pay attention to them. It was too busy trying to grab a hold of that deer, and it didn't have time to stop and look and go, what are these people? No, this thing did. And there was a reason why it did that, because it has a human level intelligence, if not above human level intelligence. And I think that this bear looking thing that turned out to be a werewolf, the ears weren't completely pointy. They weren't big and long like some people see. They were kind of on the side of the head and a little rounded, but the snout looked more pointy like a wolf's, but it was still broad. But because the head looked so huge. So here's what I did. I don't want to lead witnesses. I don't do that. So I went over it with Tony and my brother, and we were talking about it. I sent him a picture of it, and I said, take a look at this. This was last year. And I said, take a look at this picture. What do you think? And what I did was I had a friend of mine who does this. I don't mess with it myself, but he can take AI and kind of make what you want or whatever that is, you know. And I told him, I said, Chris, can you show me do this, you know? And so he took a bear, a cave bear, put the picture side by side next to a werewolf, both of them together, and then he mixed them through the AI together. Now it's on my phone. I'll have to dig it out. But it looks like, you see what it looks like. It's a cave bear, wolf man looking thing. So I sent this to her, each picture, and I said, which one looks the most like what you saw? Right? She said, and so you would think that she's going to pick the third one, which would be the mixture of the two. She didn't. She said, she goes, what I saw looked like that. And she pointed to this giant cave bear, because I put it side by side with two different types of bears, a grizzly, a Kodiak, and a cave bear, an artist rendition from Kamchatka, from the taiga region. The Kamchatka and taiga regions are in Siberia and Russia. That's where these things were. And people to this day, they see them and they call it the God bear because it's so ginormous and ridiculous. And she pointed at that and she says, that one there is what we originally saw. When it stood up and began to turn and pay attention to us, it became that right there. She didn't change. And when she pointed to that right there, it was the werewolf picture. She said, that's as close as you can, whatever. Then she goes back and she goes, I'll do a little more research and digging. And her husband did. And they got back to me. And what they told me, they said, this is what it looked like. And what it was is I told them like about how they could, you know, there's an app and you could do that, whatever. I don't do it myself because I don't like AI. That's just me. But they said, okay. And they're older and they didn't really want to mess with it. So they got their grandson to do it. And he put it together. And it looks like this cave bear looking thing mixed with like a giant, like a picture of like what would look like a giant wolf, and put it together. And then it had like arms like a man. And they said, that's as close as we could get to this thing. Now, my question is, if this is a purely flesh and blood creature, it was, okay, here's the weird thing. When you unwrap this, and this is what happens a lot, you know, you guys have all filled the reports, you know this, it come these weird reports. You have something chasing dinner, right? In the middle of the day. But then it turns into something else, and it's something that's not supposed to exist. First of all, giant cave bears aren't supposed to exist in Texas, right? But there are caves all over that area. And so that is just in and of itself weird. But then you have what it turned into, or what it became as it turned and faced them. So you have all these different things going on. One of the things I asked him, I said, do you think maybe that it was just from the side when it was on all fours? And then when it turned and it faced you, then you realized it looked more wolf-like. It was more like a werewolf and they're like, no. Mm-mm. It was like a bear. And then it became more streamlined and turned into a werewolf. And they were very adamant that this bear, it wasn't like a bear and then when they took, 20% wolf, or 20% bear and like 80% wolf, that's the percentage. I said, if you had to put a percentage on it, what would it be? And that's what they told me, or us. And I thought, this is odd. This is really odd, but not unheard of. Because a lot of times with these reports, especially in the hill country, you're getting these reports of Dogman, and that's just us putting labels on it. Because it's like time. Time doesn't exist. We say, well, it's 10:30. Reality, there's no time. It's like Abe was saying when he was a child, he didn't know what the time was. When he was spotting spirits for that lady, you don't really think about the time. There's no time. So that's the thing. There is, what is this? You cannot say definitively, this is a werewolf, this is a Dogman. And the guy that I talked to, Gerald, who allegedly, I'll say, was in an occult, who was a werewolf, very could shapeshift. He says, not like you think it is. And it's not like some hard thing. People can do it because we're living in this simulation matrix type reality. And he said that, you can't tell the difference. He's like, there are people that would see things that looked like what we would call, he goes, he called it mine. It's not mine, but he said, you're Dogman. You can't tell the difference between us and them. He goes, now, if you want me to give you my opinion, he goes, and you'd have to ask Joel, which I eventually did. And Joel had seen 2 of them. He went to a place where they come out of the ground. Both of them had said that they believed that they were an inner earth species because they believed in the inner earth hardcore. It was like, there's different layers. As they call it, there's 7 layers of the earth. The closest to the core, which is where you get the sun, their sun anyway. Go read the book, The Smoky God. You'll understand what it's talking about. Or Etta Dorpa, I Am the Man. These books are essential if you're going to learn about these things. Shambhala, Shangri-La, Lemuria, Shasta, Agartha. Yeah, right. These places that these beings, those are the entrances. There's a huge hive of entities that live in the middle of Australia. Because a lot of people don't realize this, but way deep down, miles down in the earth, there is water there. But you can't get to it, and the humans can't. And if they try to go into the middle, they'll die because they can't get to that water. So you have these weird things, these weird anomalies, and supposedly deep down within the earth, it's all connected. And there's an ocean down there. No, scientifically, we know that. We do. Because the ocean that disappeared here, which turned into a bunch of lakes and then eventually rivers, and then eventually the last vestiges of it, like I said, 130-something thousand years ago, the last bit of it was fresh water. The salt had run off. It all dissipated. And it goes into the earth. That water accumulates in one of the levels. It's like an ocean level where there's very few passageways. Now, that is what they call the 4th level. So there's 1, 2, 3, and then there's the 4th level, which is like water, and then the 5, 6, 7. You go far down enough, and I asked Joel, I said, what is that? He goes, it's hell. Right. And I said, what do you mean? He said, the Earth's core is a sun, but it's also hell. And I was like, wow, that is interesting. That is their belief. Now, these people, being mystics and traveling and doing all the things that they do, they probably would know a little more than I do. I'm not saying this is what I believe, folks. I'm saying this is what we were told. Okay, let's make sure people understand that. I'm not going to sit here, and say, "Oh, that's ridiculous." Blah 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 blah. That's like me sitting up here saying, like, I have absolute proof that Cookie Monster is real. That he, it sounds ridiculous, but I mean, when he was telling me some of this stuff, I was kind of like, really? But they were both very fluid about it. There was none of this, like they were trying to think of an answer for something or and if they didn't know something, they just said, I don't know what the hell that is. I mean, they were very honest. If they would have been anything but, I would never have even done the show. But I can tell you, our shows, and what I can tell you this is 100%. Thank you, Deadpool Kid, for that donation. Thank you to everybody who's donated. We really can use it because we're trying to upgrade all of our stuff and get a lot of stuff done, and we can use the help. So we appreciate it. If you can't, that's fine. Give us a like and subscribe, and thank you for your support. And don't forget to check out Monica. Her new show is going to be coming on Thursday nights with Tex. Really quickly plug that. Say what that is.
It is called Our Paranormal World, and it is on every Thursday at 7 p.m. Central. And it's me and either Tex or Brandy, maybe both of them. And we're just going to talk about everything strange, unusual. A lot of the things that happened to me throughout my life we're going to be discussing and hopefully interacting with the audience to try to let people know that it's okay to come forward and talk about things that other people might make you feel silly discussing. And I just really want to bring a platform where people understand it's okay. It's okay to come here and let it off your chest, because that Dogman story that I shared earlier, I kept to myself. I told 4 people max the time it happened, because the initial reactions I got were, you don't know what you're looking at. You're misidentifying something. That's not what you saw. You don't know what you saw. And that made me just clam up. And keeping something like that to yourself can really eat at you. So I want somewhere where people understand, like, you can say whatever you need to say. It's okay.
So enough about you. Back to the story. So here's what. So Deadpool Kitty says it's possible these entities may be an egregore type manifested from original source. Some kind of offshoot duplicate is acting how people perceive these creatures. Remains to protect. I see what you're saying. He's talking about almost like a tulpa that becomes its own species, but it's like sub-nature. We'll get to that in a minute. Now here, back to this story. What this person told us was bizarre. This thing eventually, because her husband has balls of steel and basically was like, he started waving at it like bear, get away, whatever. And she's like, I'll be real honest. I turned and started running the other way. She's like, I didn't leave him. but I didn't know he was going to so he said he was trying to protect his wife by scaring it and pushing it away, but it went away. It did. It stopped and just kind of turned. Weird though. She didn't see this part because she ran, but he did because he was walking backwards, and it got down on all fours, and then it turned and ran back into the brush from the way it came. Now, lucky for them, it didn't try to do whatever. Here's what he saw. He said when it turned and it looked like the way it ran, it moved, it went back to looking more like a bear, like just a normal bear. That is the part that bothers me the most, is that it appears as a bear, then it stands up as a man-wolf creature. Now there could be a mistaken identity. Maybe they thought, oh, it's a bear on its hind legs, and maybe it looks like a man-wolf or something like that. But I don't think so. I think what that thing did was appear to be something else, like it was scary. You know what I mean? So if you were hypothetically a shaman person, somebody who had the ability to, and you practiced the dark arts and you had that ability, and say one from like even the inner earth, like you had even more power, because from what these guys were saying, there were these mystics that could live for thousands of years and they could do all kinds of amazing things. They come from the inner earth, like his friend E. Well, I wouldn't call him his friend, but that he was this demonic, like tall, demonic elf looking thing that was part of an ancient race. Monica's face is going like, what the hell?
No. I'm imagining it. I don't want to see.
Yeah, it is gruesome the way he described him, though. And I made the mistake of saying like, oh, so your friend? He goes, no, he wasn't my friend. He's like, we have an agreement with them. You have to supplicate them, because if not, they'll kill and eat you. And I was like, yeah, but you were a vampire. He goes, doesn't matter. There is no good, and it's all evil. He's like, there are no friends in this. He's like, it's black and then blacker and darker, and there's just different levels. Kind of like when we talked about the fairies the other night. There's evil and then there's less evil. There's not really good. It's like, it's like the Eastern Front in the World War II. There were the Nazis and the communists. Pick your poison, okay?
Good analogy.
I would have personally armed the Nazis to knock out the communists and then destroyed them. That's what Patton was saying to do. But then they were like, no, we got to do this first. And then they didn't fight the communists. Should have done them both and got rid of them. But that's my opinion. Whatever. What do I know? But back to this. So what this guy tells me, he says, there's nothing good at all. This is not even areas of gray. This is black and blacker and darker and darker. And he said this guy E was just a go-between between his people and our people. They lived on the top level. And he warned him not to go down further beyond that first level, which he's like, you go beyond 200 yards, you're done. Because you can fall through, you can end up in a hive. And he said that there was a story that he had told me, and I'll tell this one. He said that there was one of these guys that went there. He didn't return. So they sent some people eventually to go find out. He was a high-ranking guy. And they said, what happened? And they were very frank about it. They said he left the area, the shelter, as they call it. And he walked down to go explore. He fell through. And the antibites, that's what they call it. This is another weird thing, the antibites. They're these antibites, whatever. And I said, what is that? He said, they're like a hive of like locust-type alien creatures that live right below them. And whatever falls through, they immediately just jump on it and devour it. Doesn't matter what it is. And so he says that they're just like demons. They're like a type of demon that lives right below them and adjacent to them. So he said that when they are hungry, they'll come up.
You said it was like a locust?
Yeah, they like had like the head of a locust, kind of like little spindly bodies, and they'll eat anything at all, whether it's whatever kind of living matter it is. And so you don't even know what hits you the minute you fall through. You're devoured like immediately. And so I thought that was interesting. That was one of the many different types of, because the inner earth was really, and he asked me, he even told me, he's like, dude, are you writing a book about the inner earth? And I said, no, well, maybe, I don't know. But I was very curious about what he knew about the inner earth. He said, that's all I really know. I didn't go beyond the first level. And he goes, and I had no desire to. He goes, we don't belong there. But there are booby traps everywhere. And so these beings, they just wait and prey upon people and other animals and each other. There is nothing good about them. But he also said that they come between different worlds. It's kind of like the worlds are bouncing off of each other, kind of like the pond earth theory is what he believes in. And I was kind of arguing about that, but I've done a lot of research on it. And I thought, then you start getting into, is the earth round or flat and all this other stuff. And people say, yes, it's round and it has a dome, but it's not a sphere. And then there's all kinds of other people say, well, scientifically, but then people say, well, the earth is spinning a certain way. We can't, that is impossible. I've heard it both ways, and there's a prevailing theme. But then again, we've also learned that the prevailing theme oftentimes is bullcrap. So I don't know what I believe about it. I'm going to reserve that for a way down the road type discussion. But for right now, suffice it to say, I do believe in the inner earth, and I think that there is something going on there. So I asked this couple that saw this bear, but I can't really say it was a bear man type creature because it became a werewolf looking thing. And I said, what do you think it was? And they were like, I don't know. I would say it was a werewolf, but it looked so much like a bear. But when it was in its upright form, it looked more canid. It did not look bear-like. So that adds another wrinkle to this. And if it is a shapeshifter, spiritual, whatever, why was it needing to feed? Obviously, so it's in this reality. So it needs to eat and drink because it's in our reality, right? I guess. I don't know. Or if it's some sort of shaman that has that ability, why put that much energy into making yourself look like a werewolf? Why not just be a bear?
Right.
I mean, what is the point of all that? I don't understand that. It's weird. Now, if it was just a one-off and you throw it in the file, and it's just something that I talked with.
Or what if they're all running together? The bear canine thing, werewolf-like thing, with the deer. Maybe the deer were part of him, like skinwalkers running together in a pack.
I didn't even think about that. See, you just brought a whole nother wrinkle to that whole other dimension because you got the not deer. And now
because if it was really hunting them, it would have, like you said, it would have attacked them. But what if they were all running together as one, as a group?
Or it could have just been fear feeding.
Yeah.
Could have just been fear feeding. Or,
there you go. Explain that to the audience, what you're talking about there, Joe.
So yeah, the fear feeding is just basically instead of blood or flesh being the nectar, it's the emotional charge of everything. If you scare man or beast, you know what I mean, then it emits a certain amount of emotional state, and that fear is what negativity drives on. So the more that it can scare a herd, then it's not just scaring a little rabbit, because that's a snack. Mm-hmm. If you can scare a whole herd or a whole group of people, then you're really kicking up the feast. You know what I mean? Now you're talking Thanksgiving dinner, So
spiritual energy, like draining their energy.
Right. Yeah, just like energy vampires instead of blood vampires. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That kind of concept. I mean, that's where it took me.
Vampires do both, according to what he was telling me. He's like, there is no energy vampire.
I've heard that.
Yeah, they spiritually feed on us. One of the things he described too was going to people's houses, which I talked about on that episode, Vampire Confessions. When he talks about going into people's houses, he says you can literally latch on. There's like these tentacles that come out of the other, and they feed on people. They can feed on people. And he said that one of the dirty tricks they do is they'll feed on each other, because someone that's getting a regular meal, and they're on the higher up level or whatever, the others will make little deals to turn off, kind of tune out whatever the hive mind, and then they'll go in and they'll zap that energy, and it's always this deceit. They live in this world of deceit. It's unbelievable. He's like, your position is never 100%. It's sometimes it seems it's just practically untenable because, there's nothing you can do. I mean, if you're up higher, somebody wants to knock you down and you. Yeah. No loyalty. I mean, there was no loyalty.
Right.
They were
Well, yeah.
in a state of war, So.
Yeah. I mean, but if you think about it, like that's literally what it is. There's blood is a life force, right? Energy is a spiritual force. So we literally live off of both things too. You know what I mean? So we live, without our faith in God, we can live without food. Without food, same kind of thing. Like we also need metabolic energy, for our metabolisms to create, but we also need our spiritual energy as well. So we cling on to whatever your faith is or whatever you believe. That's where you pull your spiritual energy from, and whatever you eat is what you pull your neutrino energy or your metabolic energy from. So it's as above, so below on across the board. You know what I mean? Kind of a thing.
It's a spiritual thing, and it ties into a lot of what Abe says. And it is so above, below is, and to me that term has a lot of different meanings. It's like UAP.
It does.
Phenomena. It's also unidentified alien presence. It's amazing how these things have so many different meanings. So above is just below. It's like the heaven and the earth are all connected, right? And then you have the spiritual and the physical are connected, and then you have what's going on above up here, which is absolute bullcrap too. And it's happening down there below us.
It's like an equal and opposite kind of a equal but opposite kind of a transition.
Yeah.
And what you're saying, just to touch down real quick, what you were saying earlier about the inner earth thing, like that literally describes Sheol. You know what I mean? Like the whole inner, the different dimension or the different levels inside of the earth. That's it was scripted back in the Gap. When they talk about Sheol being the inner earth. And then you get the lore, later on you got like the river Styx. Once you cross that level, then you get towards the inner circle of hell, So just to touch on that made me go, yeah.
Dante's Inferno, a lot of people say, well, it's a work of fiction, but fiction comes from somewhere. What inspired him to write that, and it was dreams. People have dreams, and there's a lot of people who will dream things, and then they wake up and they write it down, like songs and things like that. That was another thing that I've always believed, and I asked Joel about that, and he didn't have an answer for that. He goes, I don't know, I don't inspire people's dreams, but he goes, there are people who can. These warlocks, they can go into your house and build an altar. They can do all kinds of stuff while you're asleep. At night, most people are asleep. That's when they're most powerful. And Brother Abe, that. We've talked about that. What they do is they come into your house because you put a welcome mat out. Not a good idea.
Right.
No, Monica's shaking her head. She's like, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Because that is the legality there. Like as Rick Atterstein, the demonologist, came on my show, he says there's all these legalities and they look for loopholes. And then what these people do, they're really nasty people. They're demonically possessed or obsessed. And so what they do is they come into your house and then they inspire you with their thoughts. And then they influence you. And the more influence you have, the more prayed up you have to be. And somebody asked me this recently. They sent me a comment, and it was I want to say the person's name, but I will. His name is Sean, but Sean messaged me, and he's somebody who actually gave me a Bigfoot story out of Turkey Creek, which I've investigated, and I plan to go back once I get my equipment. But Sean said, dude, there's this weird, I had a weird question. He says, and it's going to sound weird. He goes, but ever since I had the Bigfoot encounter, I've been terrified of a lot of things. He goes, I don't go out at night to take out the trash. And then he lives out in the country. I understand. And then he goes, then you did the Bear Man episodes. And he goes, and my neighbor claims to have seen one of these things. He lives out near Marble Falls. He's like, I'm freaked out. I'm not going to lie. He said, but how many times a day do you pray? And I said, every chance I get. That may sound ridiculous. It may sound excessive, but that to me is important. I'm always in prayer. And if I eat this piece of candy, and this isn't a piety thing, we're like, I'm so holy. Look at me. I have robes and they're white. No, dude. This is there's people like that though. They want to be like, look at me, I'm praying for all you sinners that you can be as good as me. I'm more gooder than you. Nobody cares. Okay. Nobody cares. But if I eat this ginger candy right here, I say a prayer. I don't eat unblessed food. I will not do it. I will not put anything in my mouth that I haven't prayed over. I drink this drink. I prayed to God. Thank you for this drink. In the name of Jesus, your will be done. That's it. Boom. I don't do anything. Before I go to the gym, I ask God, help me to work out to the best of my ability. Keep me safe during and after this workout. And help me to work out, have a good workout. But only if it is your will. That's it. Period. And you're done. And I pray afterwards, thanking God for that. And people say it's a little excessive. When I was a kid, my mother and father told me that I was obsessed with God. And this was my answer to them. I was like 11 years old. And I said, well, there's a lot of worse things to be obsessed with. I told my parents that. And they were like, you're always trying to talk to people about Christ. I said, that's your job. You put me in a Christian school, and I learned that. I also learned that there was a lot of ridiculous bigotry that went along with that. And there was a lot of fault. Yeah, Joe, and you and I have talked about that multiple times. So have you and I, Abe. But when you
because I'm on the opposite end of that. People look at me and they're like, especially like quote unquote righteous Christians and stuff, and they'll be like, oh, well, you don't know nothing about religion. You don't know nothing about God. You're covered in tattoos. Look at the way you dress. I've literally been kicked out of a church one time for wearing a Hendrix shirt. And I didn't get kicked out for wearing the shirt, but like I walked in and they were selling shirts, inside of the church. And one of the kids was like, or he was a older kid, but he's like, you want to buy a shirt? And I was like, nah, man, I'm good, thanks. And he's like, well, it looks like you really need one, And I was like, I took a step back and I was like, wasn't there something? I remember something. And I acted like stupid. I was like, remember something in the Bible about money changers in the temple. I don't know. What was that about? And like within 10 minutes, I was escorted out. And I was like,
a few times. But that's for arguing with preachers because the preachers were doing things they shouldn't have been doing.
I stopped going to church because, I could spiritually see things. So every time I would go to church, it's not like I could be relaxed because what I would witness was be this shadow figures on top of the ceiling, jumping down, going into people. When they were jumping, go through the people or into the people, they either cough, they laugh, and I'm seeing them having a freaking party inside the church, and of course in church there's sinners, so there's people with spiritual openings, so they're literally feeding off the people, And I'm looking up to the ceilings, and I can stay focused with what the priest is saying. This is when I was a kid, and my mom would be 7 of us. She'll send a pinch. So as I'm looking like this, I feel my brother pinch me in the arm. Boom. And I'm just freaking out what I'm seeing, So that's one of the reasons I haven't gone to church anymore, and to just focus on having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ because of the activity that I will witness in there. I will go to the Catholic Church, a lot of idolism in there, and this activity is in there. When they're worshiping the Lady of Guadalupe or the Holy Mary, Mother of God, the worshiping is a form of idolism. There are a lot of activity. When they created the church, they created for all people to come, and that means by all the people that believe in other things also. So sometimes when you will go to the Catholic Church, you see in the front women dressed in black with stuff over their head, and you're like, I guess it must be widows, or are they really widows? We talk about black witches, so they could be there worshiping something, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they're worshiping Jesus Christ. They could be worshiping what they believe. That's what they initially made the church that way. And of course, you see all the activity that happens now when the sins that are done, with children and stuff like that. It's crazy, you know. And another thing, when these things target you spiritually, they're not going to come in ones or twos. They're going to come in numbers. So you're going to catch all kinds of activity. I believe brother here, what he said when he witnessed the hyenas, and then he started witnessing the what possible, in thinking about possible shapeshifters. The spirit let him know that there's something there. Then he witnessed something like a UFO. That's what they do. They're trying to get your attention to believe in it. So you believe in it, then it's going to have a spiritual opening on you. But that's what they do. That's how they gain power, whether they're trying to get power over you or trying to follow your home. You know, that's what they were doing. That's why I left. There was let's put it this way. You know, Brother Josh, you're into security, right? You secure your home. You watch everything around you, right, to make sure there are no trespassers. Well, imagine getting people, this unseen forces still trespassing on your property, but there's nothing you can do about it. Where they're entering your front door, they're opening your sliding door, even though it's locked. They're open, and you see them inside your home. You start prying against them, you know, and they leave, and you're seeing them leave your home. But when they're leaving, they're off the ground. You know, they're not even walking. They're levitated off the ground and just flying in the air. You know, it's like when you get ambushed that way, you know, and you're fighting spiritually, it's like the feeling of being overwhelmed by them that way. It's like when they do that, is that they're trying to infiltrate for the fear factor to continue to keep an opening. The home where I used to stay, I paid for it, the mobile home, and I got rid of it. I didn't want to do nothing with it because I felt that it had gotten invaded by these unseen forces, and I just, like I said, I finished paying it off and I got rid of it. I didn't want to do nothing with it no more because I felt that it was infiltrated. You know, it's like there's nothing I could have done. I couldn't be there, and until this day, not just me, but like my sister and my family members, they have nightmares because of what we experienced there. You know.
Right.
When you look at this phenomenon, these weird beings and these creatures, it's impossible to separate it from a spiritual aspect. I don't see how people do it. They manage to somehow, it eludes them, you know, and I don't get it. If you've seen one and they're like, wow, what I saw was physical. And I'm not going to say that people who have these encounters but when someone tells me that they didn't have any fear, the red flags go up big time because I'm like, and I'm not saying that because I was afraid of what I saw and everybody here has had fear before what we've seen. But, you know, I have a hard time. There was a guy years ago when I was on the other show, and everybody knows who that is. And he interviewed a guy and he told me, he says, this guy, listen to this guy. He's saying that he's, you know, one day he's out there seeing Dogman and the next day he's out hunting. Does that make sense to you? And when you had your encounter, and I said, no, absolutely not. And he said, would you believe this guy? I said, no, I would not. And whenever somebody had reached out to me, funny because Joe Barger, he had his experience in the Manistee National Forest. And then we got David Kyleman, who's had an experience. I need to get him on the show. He's been on that other show too. He was an alumni from there before I was. And shout out to David. But he had his, you know, he lives by the Manistee National Forest. And so I believe that's a home for these creatures. I do. It's one of my opinions. I mean, I can't prove it, but you got a lot of people who've seen these things in that area. And one of the things I know is that there was a guy who told me he saw one, and he goes, I saw it on the side of the road. He goes, and this guy's not a chicken, not a scaredy guy. And he said, dude, it terrified me to the point where I didn't want to go outside for weeks on end. And he said, it looked into my soul. Now, the late, great Linda Godfrey, who, for all intents and purposes, was the godmother of all this. You know, she started all investigating this, and thank God she did. But, she, you know, I worked on cases with her. I've talked to her multiple times about a lot of different things. These beings, they come into our reality, according to her, and they manifest as whatever they are. And then, but as they stay here, the longer, Bigfoot and Dogman is what she said, they have to eat, drink, and live and do what we do. That became her prevailing theory. But when she first started, she just thought people are seeing this big werewolf-looking creature, but nobody sees it change, so it's probably not. But then by the time, before her passing, I had a conversation with her, and it was she was just like, it was a one, not a 360, but it was a 180 from what she had originally held on to. And I was on the phone with her, and I believe Barton is in the chat. Barton and I were on the phone with her a couple times, and we had conversations. And I know that our beliefs were all very similar. And I know that Barton had told me for a long time he had wanted her to come out and say what she really felt. But she was afraid that she would be mocked and it would not be popular. And that is the situation for a lot of these people that are researching these things. When I started to write the book, I reached out to several people who everybody knows. Me and Ken Garrett are very good friends, and Barton Ln, very good friends. And we all talked about this and what I should say and what I shouldn't say and how far I should go. And of course, they were both like, drive it in all the way to the hill, because it's on you, not us. And I was like, yeah, but if that happens, then I'm going to have to take a lot of heat. So I played it safe, and I took a chapter out against Ken and Barton, both of them, saying, don't do that. Don't do that. Leave it in there. And I didn't take that advice because I felt like it was too controversial. If I wrote it now today, I think I would have it all in there. But when Ken helped me interview people, and so did Barton, and all together there were 50, 60, I don't know, a bunch of people. A lot of people know in this community have had experiences, including Nick Redfern. Nick Redfern saw this thing in his own house. And I interviewed Nick about it myself. He also wrote about it in Anomalous Universe, and then he told Ken about it. And it was a phantom type Dogman encounter, the same one that like my wife Nellie had. My nephew Zane had one, and that was in a mausoleum. What do you call that? They have these graveyards where the graves are above ground in New Orleans. He had one there. He saw this shadowy Dogman werewolf thing. And so you interview all these people. And so after this whole thing was done, and I asked Ken, I said, what do you think now? Because he's a flesh and blood guy. Mm-hmm. And he said, dude, I think this thing is some sort of demon. He goes, and then coming from Ken, who's very grounded scientifically. And of course, Monica, Ken, you're very close to him.
Yeah.
And so we were driving back from the first conference. We had dropped off Lyle, and then we were heading home, and it was me and him, and we were both delirious. We were trying to keep each other awake. And Anthony drove the other car, and Ken started talking. He goes, what do you think about all this? And I said, I don't know, man. I said, right now, I just want to go to sleep. He goes, please don't, because I'll fall asleep too. So I said, let's talk about it. I said, what do you think is what this is? I mean, he goes, dude, it's weird. It's a weird thing. It's not a cryptid. I mean, that was his words. He said, and if you ask him, he'll tell you. I'm sure he'll be honest. He said, it's not a cryptid. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's not. And he said that it's as close to something demonic as he's ever seen. And he wasn't really interested in getting too further into it. And then I brought him further into it because I said, hey, I need some help interviewing a bunch of people. Can you help carry the load here? Because me, Anthony, and Tony are doing the show, and we're doing that. And bless her heart, Bettina helped a little bit too. And then, of course, the second conference, I had Abe come on, and we talked, and then everything just kind of evolved and went into what ended up happening. And everybody came away, I believe, a little more in the know and a little more friendly with one another, even though people don't always have the same beliefs. But one thing, and this is the truth, folks, I'm going to tell you this. This is the absolute truth. I didn't cherry pick people. I did not do that. I looked high and low to try to find a Dogman, flesh and blood person that could come on and give a presentation. And none of us could find one. Now, if you would have had the conference in 2019, you would have had several bozos that would have been like, yeah, I'll come up there. There was nobody that was just like, yeah, it's just a completely flesh and blood creature, and this is what it is, whatever. On the first conference, there was one guy, and he writes fiction books. So what does that tell you? He's the only one. It's 11:11 here. So he's the only one. Everybody else at the conference, Ron Murphy, the first one, right? Ken, Lyle, everybody had this opinion at that point. David Weatherly always had that opinion. And I can speak for these people. Martin Nunley, who brought Martin Groves onto the stage of this whole thing. Martin brought him on. And all these people that were there, right? They were all like, hey, we can't figure out what this is, but we're pretty sure it's not just a physical evolutionary creature. So everybody's, sort of like their paradigm had sort of not quickly flipped, but it shifted towards what I think is really going on. And thank God it did, because having a discussion like this, we wouldn't even have done this in 2019, because this flesh and blood nut jobs would have been all over you, because it was all about an evolutionary creature. And that's a war that was fought back in 2019, and it ended decisively with them going and hanging out on an island, butt naked, throwing spears at planes. Okay. And that's where they're at still, as far as I know. I don't know what, we haven't seen hide nor hair of them in this last war. They didn't even make an appearance. I guess they just gave up. They were like, whatever. And the people that were going back and forth now were all, none of us were flesh and blood people. Really, when it comes to the Dogman, we were all, but it didn't matter. We were fighting amongst ourselves, which was stupid. And now, you fast forward a little more, and eventually what's going to play out is that we are going to be united and unified, and at least the major players will be. And we're going to move forward into the connections. And the connections are the UAP, which is why we have a Saturday show. And eventually we're going to put it all together, because Ghost, it just goes without saying, every time you go to one of these places, and this is where Abe comes in and Bettina comes in, and why it was so important for me to defend them in that war. Because if I would have let these people just drown them out with their nonsense and their fake AI stories and all their other BS, I thought the community would be poorer for it, because their opinions matter. And I'm going to say this. It's very important to remember that what we're dealing with now, we are starting to be on the same page, right? We're on the same page, and we're headed down that road. When you try to take out the Dogman phenomena away from the spiritual realm, it doesn't work. There is something wrong. It's missing something, because they do too many things, and there are too many reports of these things not just being a flesh and blood, whatever. And there are hardcore people still that are trying to push that narrative, and it's just not working. It is not working, because you're going to take away so many people's encounters. You're going to be left with this small little whatever. What they were doing was much like the BFRO, because when I was on the show last night with Blondes and Booze, comes on 8 o'clock Thursdays, and I was talking with Carter Bichard, good friend of mine. I like Carter. He's been on the show. And Carter's like, you know what? He just flat out said it. He goes, I don't give a crap. I'm 73 years old. They're lying. They're making up stories and fit the narrative. They give you a report, and they take it and make it into something physical to fit a narrative. That's what they're doing. So the Dogman people were doing that. And credit to Jody Cook, because Jody Cook was like, it's a flesh and blood thing. It's a flesh and blood thing. And when I talked to him, I said, Jody, you got to look at all of it. Don't be like the BFRO. Do what you got to do. And he did. And he started to look at both sides of it. It also was weird that there was a picture that disappeared from all of our phones back in 2019. A very weird thing that I don't know how that happened. But somebody doesn't want us to know the truth, because when you start talking about it, you get people get real freaky, real, look at Lance Hightower. He was at our conference, and you don't hear much from him because of how bad he got messed with. When you start getting closer to the truth, the nut jobs first, that's your first, you're going to have to deal with that. So you got to develop a thick skin, or learn to just troll and make fun of them like I do. I don't know. And then they become irrelevant. And then the next wave is your own people. You have your own people. And then everybody wants to be the supremacist of whatever, which is stupid. We should all be working together. There shouldn't have to be no dictator, leader, whatever. We're all just in this together. Right? But you got to realize that there are other communities that are looking at us like we're crazy. But eventually, they're going to all have to come together, and we're all going to have to see the truth. And it's all tied in. And that is my opinion. That's my soapbox. That's my rant. But I mean, that's what I believe is happening here. And I believe you can all take a look at this as this progression, as we're headed toward, and people say we can never get to the truth. I don't believe that. I believe that the truth will hit you, and then it's up to you to accept it or not accept it. And a lot of it has to do with God, and it's discernment. And I'm not up here to preach, but that's what ends up happening, because that's where the answers lie.
This like where brother was talking about the herd, where the man that was possessed knew that Jesus was God, and he knew who they were, and they didn't want to go back to where they came from, so he cast them into the herd. But in that kind of way, they were identifying themselves because that's done through spiritual law. So
Right.
What happens to us, whoever's got the spiritual gifts of discernment, that's what they do. Whether they make an appearance of a quick manifestation, or they're growling or saying something in a different language, they're manifesting to let us know, hey, that they're there, because they have to ID themselves through
Right.
spiritual law, so we can know what we're dealing with, right? So
For
I believe that's
self-identification.
a lot of the things that happen in the nature, is because of that. I remember when I was surrounded by those six in the woods, when I was being called, the woman crying for help, that I went there with no flashlight, and when I had a bat in my hand, I was fixing to swing it, and then the call for help stopped. The people said, well, maybe it was a cougar or a some kind of animal making a noise. Well, it was an animal, and I was right there by it. It would have attacked me, right? Because it would have been a wild animal. But when I turned around, it's when I seen them. They were tall. I would say 11 foot tall, looking down. Now, the only thing I could see is some glowing eyes. So I'm out there at 3 a.m. So right now, just by that time frame, it's like, man, this is not a good hour. And I'm standing frozen, and I'm like looking at them, and my bat is a wooden bat, looks like a toothpick. So I had 3 options: is run to the creek behind me, that's probably 15 feet, go to the left and run towards the highway that's probably like 50, 60 feet away from me. It's either way, the ones that have me on the left flank, which is the left side, would have followed me. If it ran to the rear, the one that was close to me was going to follow me into the creek. So it's like, what am I going to do? So it's like I had to take myself into my happy place, or my safe zone, where I have no fear, and that's going to prayer. When I went into prayer, it took me a while before I took my first step, but I was praying, and they were looking at me. It was like a Mexican standoff. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to attack. I dropped the bat, so there were animals that don't think that I'm trying to attack them with the bat. So I dropped the bat, and I remember going through the middle. As I was going through the middle, I was praying the Our Father, and they tried to. When I was walking, saying the Our Father, I could see the heads turning. I was watching like this, which means I wasn't looking at them. I just was ignoring them, set up my, like if I had tunnel vision, I was ignoring them, but I could see them turning their heads. And then what they were saying was this: when I was saying the Our Father, they were saying the Holy One, the Holy One. All of them were saying the Holy One, the Holy One. They were acknowledging the Our Father, in which, to me, when they were doing that, it's because they were demonic of nature. I never turned back, even though I could feel one right behind me. I never turned back. I prayed all the way home. My sister seen me. I was pale like a ghost. I was like Casper, man. You're in that situation, and I don't know how long I was in there. I lost the track of time. All in all, I was glad that I made it home. I went straight to the restroom, took my clothes off, took a shower to get the sin of fear off of me, I was happy that I could see my son, and I did the sign of cross on him. I grabbed my holy water, and I went outside and blessed the home around me. But it took me a long time not to go back into those woods. After that incident, it's like I didn't want to go to the park, didn't want to go to the woods. I was staying at home, but I think it was because of that incident, because of the fear factor that was there. And then all this other activity started happening where they sensed some fear, so they started attacking my home. So then I had no choice but to fight spiritually. But I know that feeling, brother, you know, that the feeling of, I wouldn't tell nobody what I went through because the people wouldn't understand. They wouldn't understand. I try to warn my neighbors about what was happening, how the shadow figure was coming through the park, going into the walls. And I was trying to tell, to me, they were like succubus, incubus of some sort, you know, where they like to drain energy.
Mm-hmm.
And I lost all my neighbor. I lost the neighbor behind me, the neighbor across me, I lost 4 neighbors around me, one up the street, and another guy. 6 neighbors within 2 months. And they all were found dead in their bed. One was dead on the recliner. But I believe they were draining their energy, you know. They drained their energy.
You know,
yeah, it was a crazy experience, you know. I just remember all the people that lost their lives, you know, the ones that I couldn't help.
and you said that some of them were elderly and like feeble too, right?
Yeah, some were elderly, you know, some of them did have, like the lady behind me she was German. The lady across her was Philippine. The lady, Miss Kim, she was Korean. There was a man that had just moved in the park in a little RV. He was the first one that passed away. A lady up the street, she was Korean. She passed away. And there was a man. This was weird. There was a man that I knew that had a mobile home. He was found dead in his bed, right? So his brother came and inherited the mobile home from his brother. And he was found dead in his bed also. So that kind of activity, you know, is like people lost lives. You know, could have pinpointed that the only thing they all had in common is it died in their bed, in their sleep. When you think about that, you know, succubus, incubus, that's how they attack. Energy vampires or whatever you want to call them, is while you sleep. And I would see them literally going into the walls. So I'll go to my nearest, closest neighbors where they're this shadow figures or whatever they were going into the walls. So I'll go grab my olive oil mixed with holy water and pure materials like like salt and stuff like that. And I'll go place crosses on their mobile home so it wouldn't be able to go through the wall, you know, as protection. I would go to the park where they were going into the trees, where they would go hide in the trees. They'll jump out of a tree and go to another tree. So I'll go put crosses so they wouldn't be able to use those trees, you know, but they still did, you know. They will use other trees to find other ways to go through objects. Like if you were to go to that area and just camp out, just not even go into the park or the woods, you'll be able to see them come out of the woods. Like I had a sliding door and a clear view to the park. There's lights in the park, and it was like 1 a.m, and I'm seeing all these things running around out there, and I'm like, man, these kids are playing hide and go seek out here. I go over there, and as I'm going and I'm seeing the things, like this shadow figures moving, as soon as I get close to them, they're running to the woods. And I'll be by the swing set. This one I didn't have no encounters of anything, you know. I didn't know what existed there. I'll be like, hey, I seen y'all went into the woods. You need to come out of the woods. I'm going to tell your parents. So I make it all the way back home. That's like almost 800, 80 feet, or maybe 120, because it's a long walk to that swing set, right? As soon as I get home, I go look out the sliding door, and there they are again, running around. I go back out there again, and when I get there, they run back into the woods. But that was when before I knew what was there, you know. It was just strange activity like that. But there was people that lost their lives. God rest their souls, you know. I try to warn them, but some of them complained, and they told me from the people from the office, they told me not to be bothering people. So okay, I leave it alone. So the only thing I could protect was my own, you know, which is my house.
Here's something interesting. Summer Side of Life says, ask Monica what color her vehicle was at that time. I am thinking the color is what attracts them. Well, that'd be kind of like sharks, right? But what do you think?
Well, it was silver like a bait fish. So it could have been.
Ah,
Like a minnow, huh?
Yeah.
Well, silver though. I
Silver-
mean, if it's a true
silver
werewolf,
bullet.
it's not gonna come running. It's like, oh, a giant silver bull. Let me chase it. I don't know. I mean, we're just. Do you think it has anything to do with that, Monica? Do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I mean, all these reports that I've had that people have seen this in their vehicles, I can't remember the color of the vehicles, like going back into the reports. I don't know that they really mention those. I mean, yeah, I suppose it could be. I really personally think that it's just, bad timing on my part. I just happened to be at the right place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
And just came across this thing as, I don't know, it was emerging. Again, I don't know where it came from, but I just happened to be in its path, literally.
And that is weird because people like, okay, when you talk about the Skinwalker Ranch, I mean, the Utes were like, hey, don't mess with that. You're in the path of the Skinwalker.
Mhm.
You're in their path. I had somebody recently who, and this guy's pretty good. He's not, and what I like about him too is that nobody knows him, and he doesn't go out of his way. He could be a big name if he wanted to be, because he's pretty damn accurate with the remote viewing. And he practiced. He was one of the. Well, he said he was one of the second team. He was on the second team that learned from the first, and going way back. And he is not Summer Side of Life. Your chat is not blocked. I can see your comment just said my chat is blocked. No, it's not. So obviously it's not. But thank you for the comment. So he's one of these people. He remote viewed my encounter. I didn't even have to ask. He just said, he goes, hey, I'm going to remote view it. And I didn't answer, but he did. And he described a house that was next door that's no longer there. And it was destroyed a long time ago, back before Google Maps was so easy to access, whatever. And he described it to a T. He also described, get this, the being that I saw was a person, which is something me and my friend and his family have always thought, that it was somebody. And now recently, I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to the truth. I even think I have a few suspects who I think it might be. One guy was actually, his girlfriend came forward and told my friend Jerry that he was squatting in that house on the corner across the street from where we saw this being. And he was involved in black magic very heavily.
Ooh.
So I'm wondering if it was him. And nobody has seen, or anybody in my hometown area, nowhere has seen him in the last 10 years. I don't know whatever happened to him or where he went. But I would think that it might be him. So I'm just wondering, like, we've always kind of thought that, but this remote viewer, like, he's done really good work, as far as like being able to, and I kind of trust him on a few of the things. He's shown me a few things like he can do. Now there's this one person, she goes around, whatever. And he's like, yeah, whatever. But this guy is legit. I mean, I've seen what he can do. Now, I've never went to him and personally asked him to remote view anything, but he's just said, hey, I'm going to remote view this, and that. From these cases that I've covered, there's a few of them. And not knowing anything about the cases or the people and not even knowing their real names, he was pretty damn spot on. Now, I thought that is pretty amazing. And so we kind of started to become friends, just in the way that he's not trying to be out in the public eye and showing his ass. He's just being out there saying, I want to help. And I find out too that he's actually worked for a couple different police departments and helping locate people, things like that. So he's a psychic remote viewer. Like, he does both, but he is very good at what he does. I'd like to get him to come out into the open and say what he does, but that's his choice, and he chooses not to. And I don't blame him from all the ridicule and crap that goes on. He'll be constantly defending his position. But he has helped me with a few different cases, and I've gone back to those people, and he's been spot on. And I could ask him to maybe remote view your situation. I've never, like I said, gone to him and said, can you do this? He's just offered different, scenarios. But we could talk to him and see what we can do with yours, Monica, and see if we could get some kind of answers as to what this thing was or why it did what it did. you know?
That would be great because I would like an answer.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody wants to put something in a neat, little box,
Mhm.
and I'm no different. I would like an answer.
Yeah. I mean, and like with you, Abe, too, like I really think it's not cut and dry, but I think that it's pretty obvious it's a demonic force, and these beings, they come from the other side and they manifest and they do what they do. There was a case that I covered with Armando, the late Armando Salazar, my former co-host,
Yeah.
of a Bigfoot that had attacked a guy in his house and bit his fingers off. And it was like, dude, forced exit, no forced entry. Now, of course, Vic and I, when I was working with him on that other show, we covered a case of a guy that this happened in San Diego. Same thing. There was forced exit, no forced entry. And he told me, you wouldn't believe how many times that's actually happened. Going back and doing research on it, and I said, dude, this is crazy. There was another one in Juarez, Mexico, of this, but the only way I could describe this creature was not, it had horns, but it was like a dogman with horns, which isn't unheard of. We hear about that William Cannon here in Austin. Now, Joe, you and Abe being close by, I wanted to say this right now on the show. I want to invite you to do a little boots on the road, ground, whatever you want to call it, together. Maybe we get that camera equipment. We can go out there, and I'll just film you guys. You guys go in. Y'all go in deep. I'll give you a camera. Charlie's Angels. I'll be like, oh, you're doing good, Angels. Keep going. I'll be at Arby's.
Bait number one, and bait number two.
Well, I won't be at Arby's. It's too salty, but I'll find something to eat while you guys are out there risking your lives. And just remember, you're doing it in the name of, well, the community, science, whatever.
I'll bring the brisket. It's all good.
You bring it from the gas station, right? The gas station from the chainsaw, whatever. Let's do that. Yeah. So, and then I'll eat, and you guys can take care of business out there. Let's find out what's going on. But I just think that there's a lot of different tools and a lot of different avenues that we could use to explore to figure these things out. Not the least of which is going straight out there and saying, hey, this is where it happened. Now, I don't think you're going to find a physical one of these things. I just think that that's not going to happen. Even if you do run into one, I don't think that they're not like us. They're just
Right.
not. And the answer is
They'll surface up like,
oh yeah,
they'll surface up because, I maintain the Love Foundation. They hate that. They hate when you maintain your Love Foundation and they can see you. They know what you're about, So they'll surface up. And if you got the camera, you probably most likely capture them on camera.
See, that's what I want to do. I want to go
in the manifestation that they're taking temporarily or whatever, whether it's a split, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, it comes in, they go in and out of our, you're going to capture them. They'll surface up.
Yeah, I also think like Abe was saying earlier when he was talking about how you could hear like the twigs breaking around you and you can hear the footsteps. I've experienced some of those myself, but it might just not be on our visual spectrum, because we have so far the visual spectrum is so wide, we have such a narrow, limited piece to it, and even the equipment that we use does. So like, I don't know if y'all were catching those. They look like the drones from the original Empire Strikes Back, the little aliens that that were flying around, but you could only see them on infrared, but you couldn't see them, and they'd switch over and you couldn't see them. So it could be, a spectral aspect, a spectrum aspect. Yeah.
I noticed that the ultraviolet rays of the sun, if it's sunny, that it'll break their I'm not going to say cloak.
The prism
but it'll break.
That little,
It'll show the form. It shows the form.
Yeah,
that's why I capture them sometimes. That's why I go during the day, and when I go at nighttime, what I do see is eye shine. I see like the red eye shine and stuff like that, and of course I hear movements, and I hear like growlings. But I haven't gone at nighttime in a while, but I like going during the day because it'll break their cloak, how they're hiding, the ultraviolet rays of the sun. But they like hiding within the wool line a lot. But if they're targeting you, they'll come at you, and that's how I captured them on my stroke reels. But what I do, I have to lower down the speed because I'll see something move real fast, right? And I was like, "What was that?" So I lower down the speed of the video, and I'm able to see them move. You know, where they're running, they pass right beside me, but they move not in ordinary speed. They move like the speed of light, or should I say, the speed of air. They move faster than something that's in the flesh.
Right. Faster than the visual.
Yeah, I guess they use
second can. Yeah.
They use the elements to be able to maneuver. You know.
Right.
Somebody in the chat just said something interesting. I'm going to point this out. Daniela, I'll get to that in a second. But my answer, what I was going to say, is very simple. They were made of, a fallen angel, basically bred with the daughters of man. That's why they are both. They are both. And if people understood the nature of reality, I mean, they would grasp that. And I tell people that it goes back to the biblical Genesis, but it's not a popular view amongst fundamentalists, and that's just too bad, because that's what it is. But I tell these people, I said, look, are you Catholic? And they say, no. I said, okay, well, the Council of Nicaea in 325, the Catholic Church took a lot of books out of the Bible. And so when you sit there and go, I believe in this book, I'm not a Catholic, but blah, 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 or whatever, then they wave it around. And I said, that's the book that the Catholics have given you. And you claim you're not a Catholic, but yet you're reading from basically the scraps. That's it. I mean, the rabbi we were on with the other night, Monica, Rabbi John, he said it. I said that he agreed with my statement, and he would know. He's a rabbi, a Jewish rabbi. And I said the book of the Old Testament is a series of literature and history of the Jewish people. Yes or no? He said yes. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it is. It is not your spiritual guide. The spiritual guide is the New Testament.
Yeah, absolutely.
That there is the issue that then people think, and then they say, well, I won't create it from some God and Sumerian, blah, 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 blah. Well, the fact of the matter is those books were before the Genesis. And I listened to the Torah. I listened to the guest that Bettina had on the other day, and he's very popular. I'm not going to say his name because I disagree with a couple of things he said, but most of what he said was pretty cool. But one of the things he said was, well, the Sumerians' books was 1,000 years before. He goes, well, so what? That's a big statement. So what? And if he was on the show with me, I would tell him, well, it's so what? That means a whole lot, because that means it predated it. And Job predates it too. So, but if you want to find the answers, we're not going to get into a biblical discussion tonight, but if you want to find the answers, that is where it's at. And of course, Enoch is there, and that is the long version of Genesis 6. Go read it.
Yeah,
and
first and second book. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and then if you read Enoch 3, it gets even weirder when he starts talking about Metatron and the mirror, and they kind of walk through the mirror, and the next thing you know, they're talking Metatron, and then there's like, well, that Metatron was Jesus. No, he was Enoch, and even the Muslims.
Enoch. Yeah.
Yes, and the Gnostics, they were the first Christians. Now, why it seems like everybody doesn't want to believe what they have to say, because it doesn't fit the narrow view that was
narrative. Right.
It doesn't fit the narrative, but the truth is they were the first Christians. They were the first Christians. And so there's a willful ignorance there. You have to literally do mental gymnastics and be willfully ignorant to sit there and on your soapbox and point the finger at everybody and say, oh, I'm wrong, or y'all wrong, and I'm right. Because you're not reading correctly. You're not listening. You're not even trying. You're just basically, taking one little part of it and saying this is what the truth is. When the rabbis themselves say, look, it's not meant to be. It's basically just a history. It's a literature of our people. You're taking it and you put it together with something else. And there was a lot of taking out, of redacting, and a lot of editing, and a lot of copying and pasting, and it made it all fit and flow perfectly. But I studied with rabbis. Now, I'm not going to go and lie and say, I went to the temple, Eli Shalom, and I became a... No, I just went and I learned. I learned with them. I even wore the shawl, and they wanted to I was like, I don't want the yarmulke, just because I'm not one of them, and that's my belief. It's like, look, I don't, because the Catholics do it too, and I don't pay homage to that. And it's no disrespect to them or their religion, but I wanted to know their take on it. And John kind of reaffirmed a lot of things I was saying. One of them is that you have to be 40 years old, and this is what I've already known about the Kabbalah. If you want to get into the Kabbalah, you have to be 40 years old.
You have to wait 40 years old. Yep.
Yes, and there's a reason for that, because you're not really ready to learn those kind of things.
Yeah, you're not spiritually mature enough.
Yeah, not spiritually mature enough, and even that's probably not enough time for some people. Oh my gosh, they're probably
Right.
70 years old, going around calling people and acting a fool.
Yeah.
Look, what I'm saying is you have to learn. If you want to go to the source. Now, I've also studied at the mosque. I went to Jamai, and I've talked to the clerics there, and I've gotten into heated discussions with them and the rabbis about theology. No arguing, but just like, what do you think of this? And just going back and forth, and so you have to learn. I've probably been to 100 churches, and there's so many different sects of Christianity, and there's all these different sects of Judaism and different sects of Islam, that it's hard to say who's what, because you can't even say, Islam can't even say that they're correct, because the Sunnis and the Shiites can't agree on the time of day. But there's certain things that everybody agrees on, right? Because it goes back to the Abrahamic belief or whatever. But then I tell people, you throw them a curveball and you say, well, that story actually goes back to an ancient Sumerian story. And then they say, yeah, and that's true. The Sumerians is most ancient. Oh, no, it's not. Actually, the Tamil language and culture is older than Sanskrit. Because that's a belief that people. And so, but it's interesting. Now, if you go to that area of India, and I've studied with some people from there, I don't want to say studied, I actually just had a Zoom call with them. Okay. And we talked a lot. Let's put it that way. And it went on for days. But one of my friends, he is one. And he's from the region of Tamil. And he was saying that they have a very long history of dogmen. Well, he didn't call it dogmen, but he said wolf-headed people. And they come from, guess what? Underground. And he said that there's an opening there near the temple. And there's a story that they came up out of the ground and they ate everyone in the temple and defiled it and tore it apart. So they rebuilt the temple over and over again, and these beings kept doing it. And it wasn't until, get this, and I'm not trying to say this is an advertisement for Christianity, but it was some Portuguese, Greek and Portuguese missionaries that came different times, and they established a church once the temple could never be held. And they told them, this isn't going to work. The Portuguese were Catholic. The Greeks, they were Orthodox. And it was in 1810 that they established a church there. The Portuguese did it in 1777. And he said that what happens is, the stories are that the Portuguese were eventually driven out and they were defeated. They couldn't withstand these. It wasn't just dogmen. It was other types of things happening. And this is near a place where he lived, right? And the village is called like Ashakora or something like that, but it's a small place, but it's near a bigger urban area, but it's out in the middle of the jungle, middle of nowhere. So eventually these other missionaries come. They're Greeks, but they weren't just there to teach about God. They wanted to trade and all this stuff. So what ended up happening, they were Orthodox. They go out, they say their prayers, and they do everything, and guess what? Nothing happens to them. And that temple is there to this day. Now the Greeks are all gone, but it's still there, untouched. Nobody messed with it. Does that mean that the Orthodox religion is the true religion? Does that mean that they are on the right path, that the Catholics weren't correct and the Hindus weren't correct and the Sikhs weren't correct? And nobody was right, but now because they quit messing with them, because the Orthodox, what does that mean? Well, if you look at their Bible, it's a lot more complete. They have a lot more information and a lot more access to it. And if you look at ecclesiastical, Greek and Latin, there's a lot of power in that, because when they do exorcisms, whether it's the Orthodox or the Catholics, they use those languages, and it seems to work. And when you look at the ancient Greek texts, a lot of those it's very odd, it's very weird. Because a lot of the New Testament was written in ancient Greek. That's a weird thing. I mean, so when he was telling me this, I was kind of wondering, I was thinking, what does this mean? Does this mean that is where the true path lies? Because, I don't know. But I think that people who have a lot of power, I've seen people that were very spiritually powerful in Christ, and they don't have an affiliation to any religion. They're just followers of Christ.
Right. Now, I actually had a pretty weird, and just before, because we were just kind of we touched down on it just a little bit earlier when we were talking about the Nephilim and stuff. I had a pretty weird epiphany while I was actually doing a podcast on angelology, right? So I was getting into it, and then I started thinking about, like, while I'm on live, I'm thinking about Enochian lore, and so I was thinking about it in the book of Enoch, when he talks about that the fallen were the cherubim, right? And if you take into the definition of the cherubim, they had the human face, they had the lion, they had the ox. Lion represented wild animal, ox represented domestic animal, and the face of an eagle. So that represented birds of flight. And I was thinking, and it like hit me like a ton of bricks in the middle of it. And I'm like, if you had all these different DNA pieces that are combined to these multiple animals, that answers for like a ton of it. You got your thunderbirds, you got your wild beasts, your dogmen, you got, so like, what if those pieces, because that's obviously combined of multiple, you could call it DNA or spiritual DNA, that are these what do you call it, deformations from God's original purpose with man and with angels, you know what I'm saying, or the higher ones, or the watchers, whatever you want to call it. So that I was like sitting there like in the middle of the podcast, and I'm talking about it, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I might have cracked the code. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that because that hit me really hard. And whenever you were just talking about that, and then we brought in first, the second, third book of Enoch, it just kind of made me go, yeah, I remember that, man. That's
I mean, and you look at like the Song of Solomon, which is not in the Christian Bible, but it is a part of the canon for the Jewish faith.
right.
Song of Solomon, you have the lesser song or lesser key,
The lesser
key of
Solomon,
Solomon,
the
and
keys of Solomon, right. Yeah.
and you have like some of the weird things too, like in the New Testament. I'm not going to get into a whole biblical thing; that's a whole nother show. But there are, like, Paul. We have letters that become canon in the Bible, and you're going like, he's complaining about somebody that cheated him out of some money, and like a metal worker or something, and you're going like, what does this have to do with anything? It's like on the road to Damascus, and and then of course that's pivotal, but then it's like, this guy, don't trust him. He cheated me out of some money. And you're like, what? As a kid, I was going like, why is this pertinent to anything? What ended up in the Bible to me was a lot of stuff, a lot of filler, because they didn't want to give you the meat and potatoes, because if they did, and you start thinking, and you're like, we're slaves. It's what we are. And then the powers that be are lording over you, and they tell you, don't rebel. That rebellion is witchcraft. You're a witch because you don't want to pay taxes.
Heresy.
Yep. And then the Code of Deuteronomy, they used it to kill and destroy everything. Hey. God of the Old Testament says, you just mop them up. Just kill them all. Let's kill the animals, kill everything. Let's just do a bunch of killing. He's an angry God. He's jealous. He's this, he's that. Let's use that to do this. And that has become a problem. And the Muslims, whether they like it or not, did the same thing. They took the Old Testament, they ignored the New Testament, and they took the Old Testament, they based everything on the Old Testament. Halal butchering is identical to kosher butchering, both of which I believe are inhumane, in my opinion. I've seen it happen. Not the way I would want to go out. If you're going to take me out, do it. No country old men style. Let's just get it over with.
Right.
Not to be blunt or whatever, but it's the truth, and it's not pretty. So that's my opinion on it, and I'm not saying that because I believe a certain way that everybody has to believe like I do. I'm a very pragmatic person too, even when it comes to spirituality, and I believe that we all should be. Monica, so you've been sitting here very quietly and patiently. I feel bad because you're not,
No.
But
I enjoy listening to everything.
Yeah. So tell us, like, so when you had this encounter with what we've talked about this, now you've had another encounter too with what you call the little people, and we talked about it on that impromptu show that we did. It was like I said, hey, a couple days we'll do it, whatever. And it was, or no, that night it was Tuesday night, because we had been on the show the night before on Monday on Texas show. I was on there for a little bit with Rabbi John. So you told us a story about the little people. Do you want to go back over that one? Because that one would round out the hour and then we'll be done. But I wanted to get your take on what the connection could be, because you've had both a little people's encounter and a dogman encounter, or werewolf, whatever
that was. Yeah. So I encountered this creature in East Texas. It was, and I don't know how much time any of you have spent out there, but there are some very weird things that go on in East Texas for sure. Out in the Piney Woods is where this particular incident took place. I was in a Corps of Engineers campground. It was a group of women. We were out there doing some research. We were coming back to camp very late at night. It was 1, 2 in the morning. And I was in the back seat of my friend's truck, and she was in the front seat having a conversation with another lady. And as we're driving down the road towards the camp, we were pretty far away from the other campers at this point. I want to say we were making the turn into our secluded camping area. I'm sitting, just tired, waiting to get back to camp, looking out the window, and I see this little guy, 18 to 24 inches tall, just walking along. There was like a little mowed area and then the woods essentially. And he was walking closer to the wood line. We were just passing under a street lamp, obviously illuminated the area. And he was just walking along, didn't look at me, didn't even acknowledge that we were there. He was dressed in very earth toned clothes. He had a very unfriendly looking face. I remember he had a large nose, and he reminded me a lot of some of the puppets from the movie Labyrinth. And I remember he had a hat on, but he was walking very purposefully, ignored us. And as we're driving by, I tell the women, I was like, do you see this? Do you see this? And, they kind of were like, what? They kind of looked, they didn't see anything. And I just remember getting back to camp, and, I was sleeping in an SUV for the weekend. And I just remember crawling into the back of the SUV thinking, please let me go to sleep immediately, because I don't want to wake up with this ugly little guy's face, because he's walking in the direction of our camp. I don't want to wake up with some little creepy dude looking at my window. and I was thinking, I really hope I don't have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night too, because I'm not getting out of this thing. So, that was very startling. And this was before I had the werewolf dogman encounter. This was a couple of years before that.
Do you think that one could have led to the other, or is it a thing where, kind of like with Abe and Joe and me, we are able to see these things if they're around, or at least I can feel them. I can't always see them. I'm not going to say I can, but it, and like Abe said, you take pictures of these things. And I think it's going to be very interesting if we go out and we do some work and we take pictures and we find some things.
Yeah, it sounds good. That sounds good. I'm game for it.
I think what we need to do right now, though, is Abe, you need to get your YouTube set up to where you go and you start working and getting, because you have a lot to say. And unfortunately, your platform, you're just on Facebook, and when you're talking and not reaching a wide audience, because even when I go on Facebook, I'll get like, 50, 60 people. And then eventually there'll be like, a bunch of people will see it, but they don't come to the live. Like if I go live on YouTube, 200 or 300 people show up automatically.
Yeah.
Typically, but it depends on what time of day. Like right now, we are at, almost midnight, and we have 544 people in here. Real people, real subs. We're not buying fake comments. Your show, good time number one. That's because I was watching somebody the other day, and Abe knows what I'm talking about over there, and he had 30 people in this chat, and then the next thing you know, 1,000 people were in there, and I was like, really? And they were all like, you are more, better, the best. Oh, we love what like, what is that? At least type the English language correctly when you lie. I mean, and so he was on there like faking the funk like always, and I was like, I barely watched 5 seconds of it, and I said, this is funny, this is bad comedy, I'm good. But you know, he needs to buy the views to match his subs. Like he's got like 500,000 subs, of like 4,000, you know, on his shows, and I'm like, come on, man. But I guess that's what happens when you mess up your algorithms all to hell by cheating. That's what you get. But no, we have real numbers, real people, and so I would like to, like, Abe, you know, get your channel started and we can promote it and get your out there because you have a lot to say. Joe Breezy, same thing. You were one of the most knowledgeable people about the Bible, and it really stems from your mom flipping the script and saying one day, hey, we're going to become something else. Guess what?
Yeah.
You're going to learn all this stuff now. You know, but that's how it works. You know, if you were given the easy road, and none of us were, okay, I can say that right now. You know, I thought about it. I love my aunts and uncles on both sides, and I love my cousins. But my aunts and uncles were hardworking people, and their children they're good people. They've all come out well. There's nobody that's rotten, but they were never pushed hard. None of my cousins. They never wanted for anything. My parents were very much like, I was hatched, and then, you know, you're a latchkey kid, and good luck.
Yeah.
And then there was a divorce. And both of them, neither one of them seemed to want me. I ended up in facilities, and I ended up with a hard road. And then I had a stepmother who would never allow my dad to help me. And guess what? You grow up hard, and then, but it makes you the man you are. And I remember being 14 years old. Never ever did I ever. You know, I always believed in God, even when I went straight away, and I knew that God was there. Eventually, He yanked me, you know, out of it. But I asked God this, and I said, God, if you're there, which I know you're there, you're listening. I just said, look, I mean, you know, what is this? Why is my life this way? And I have to say, I was in one of these facilities, and a peace came over me that I had never felt before, and I knew that I would be okay. And then later in life, things happen, and then you backslide, and you go do all these ridiculous things. And there again, I was sitting in a parking garage, and I had recommitted my life to God. And I'll never forget it. And I started praying again. And I told God, it was in 2006, and I said, God, please, you know, I come to you in the name of Jesus. I was like, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. And there was another peace that came over me, but not, it was kind of like a smack. You know, like, I don't think the Holy Spirit smacks you physically, but it hits you. And I was just overcome with sadness because God was basically saying, look, kid, you could be dead or in prison. You know, I'm being nice. Now we're going to do things in my time. And when I'm ready, then you'll be lifted up to where you need to be. And you're going to do what I want you to do. But until then, go do your rounds and be an $8 an hour security guard. You're nobody anymore. And I found out who my friends were real quick. They were coming through there. And at first they thought, why are you wearing a security uniform? Yo, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm working here. And they're like, what? Like, it's crazy because I was working downtown, like 2 or 3 blocks from the club I used to run. I could have walked out of that place at any time and walked down the street to the Roxy and said, give me my old job back, and fell right back into the criminality that I was into. It would have been that easy. And I thought about Christ, and I'm not comparing myself to Christ. Nobody should, but it's the teachings. And this is why I follow him, because he was taken up to this mountain and shown all the kingdoms of the earth by Satan or Shaitan. And he told him, this could all be yours if you fall on your knees and worship me, fall, you know, and deny your father, which would be completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it was not even really a test. It's not even a question. Jesus is like,
Yeah, he probably laughed hard.
It's not a hard decision, but Shaitan did it anyway, because that's how they do. Because some people are suckers, but Jesus wasn't. And it's like, you see this guy on a corner with a shopping cart, right? And he's homeless. Now imagine this guy. And I was looking at this guy the other day. He's always there. And he comes up to me and he's like, hey, man, you want to buy? No bull. He asked me and Anthony if you wanted to buy a street sign, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, man. That's pretty cool. I'm good though. I'm good. And I told Anthony, I said, imagine that's like Jesus, right? He comes and says, I got all this stuff in this shopping cart, man. I got this candy. I got what I got here, a glove and a street sign. You want to worship me, man? Just worship me, and all of this could be yours, man. You know, I know you got a house and stuff, but just, you know, just come worship me, dude, and you can have all this stuff in your shopping cart. And there's a little bit of boons in there still. Just a little bit.
Boons
I'll
farm.
throw it in. If you worship me, I'll give you what's left. I backwashed it, and then you know what? I got half a chicken leg and a pinner here. You can smoke with you.
Got some Mad Dog 2020.
And Jesus is like, ooh, you know what? No, I don't want any of this. I don't want the kingdoms of this earth.
Right.
My inheritance is with my Father in heaven. Why even bother bringing me up here to show me this crap? You know, can you imagine the thought that would go through your head? Your head is like, what is this?
Yeah,
that's the analogy that I come up with. It's like this guy's offering me a street sign. I don't even know what the name. It was something, you know. But I said, dude, this is, you know. Oh, thank you. I said, thank you, and I did give him $10. I said, here you go. I know you probably in this town you probably shouldn't do that because it encourages. And there's a lot of bad stuff, but I felt bad for the guy because he had a shopping cart, man. So. But anyway, I told Anthony, I said, look at this. Imagine that's what happened with Jesus. The devil tells him, hey, you can have all the kingdoms of the earth. Why would he want that?
Yeah.
You're playing for the winning team already. You don't want to go back to the minor leagues and then burn in hell. Like, what is that, dude? So anyway, that's my thought on that. That's how I feel about it. You know, and not to be cute or funny or whatever, but that's the truth, you know.
No, he probably had the biggest grin on his face. Like, are you kidding me, man? Dude,
I mean,
I'm good.
Even by the people who don't acknowledge him as the Messiah, they still say that he was the greatest exorcist, which is what Rabbi John had said. He was like, he doesn't acknowledge him as the Messiah. The Jews don't, but he says he was the greatest exorcist, you know, that ever lived. And he was. He could cast out devils like that. Boom. I mean, they couldn't do anything to him.
No, they fell on their knees and worship.
That's right. You notice they never acknowledge him as the Son of Man. They always call him by the Son of God or the Lamb of God, or they call, you know, but they don't like to connect him to people. And I tell people this, there's a reason why. Because by acknowledging him as the Son of Man, that's giving us the dominion over them.
Right.
Because they hate us. And if you think they don't, you are just completely, if you think mankind can hate, no, they have a hatred for us because we have precedence over them. We, in God's eyes, took precedence over them. And God gave us Christ to pull us out of this mess in his Holy Spirit. That was what was sent to pull us out of this time that we're in. And they don't have that. They don't. Right. They had their chance and they did nothing but bad. And so they cannot overcome that. That's it. It's done. Yeah. And they will be judged. So will we.
I've heard people, I've heard arguments of people talking about the Son of Man where they talk about, oh, that's the reason why the begots, you know, in in Matthew, the begot, you know, all the way through the lineage through Mary, and then it also goes through Joseph. And they're like, oh, well, see, so if God was his father, you know, then why would Joseph's lineage have any importance on, you know, or even be mentioned? You know what I mean? But what they don't realize is that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about Judeo law, you know, Jewish law back then. And so even if no one bought the fact that, you know, the Orthodox Jews didn't buy the fact that Christ was actually lineaged through God himself, but he had to still be lineaged through both sex of his parents. You know, S-E-T. Sorry if that sounds
wrong. Sects. Yeah, that's a hard word to make sure it doesn't sound dirty. You're like, there's a lot of sex. You're like, you know, it sounds, it does, you know, but
yeah, it does. But yeah, and I'm like, no, dude, like he's not, you know, he's not the Son of Man. And that's a way to break it down into he's the liberator of man, you know, he's the Son of God. So, you know, but I've heard that. That just, I guess, is the Gen Z would say that triggered me.
Everything triggers those people, man.
Triggered me, man.
It triggered me because you pulled the trigger. It was a water gun. I'm hydrophobic. I just stop. You know, when we were kids, we had BB guns and we were trying to shoot each other in the testicles.
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
Okay?
Oh,
And these kids now, it's like, you got me wet with water, but it had blue ink. You're like, oh my gosh, these people. They're triggered by everything. I had this mistake. Anthony's one did it. He hired this guy and he comes and he says, I can't work this job, man. And I'm like, what's going on? He talked just like that too. He was a total, you know, like, and so I said, what's wrong? I had to show up over there because he was shaking. He goes, there's this guy over there, man. And he's being, and I'm not going to say what, but he goes, he's being phobic against, you know, whatever.
Right,
and I was like, what? I was like, dude, your job is a fire watch. It's very simple. There's fire. You go, hey, there's fire. You call 911. Can you stop the fire? You know, and if there's not a fire, then you just sit on your ass. I mean, how hard is that? His job was to watch a door, and he heard people talking, and he said this person was being, you know, whatever. And I said, how old are you? He says, I'm 22. This was like 2 years ago. He's 24 now. And I said, let me tell you something. You're going to be offended a whole lot in your life. You're going to be real offended. I said, in fact, don't watch my show because you're going to get triggered left and right. Because he's one of those people like, we're all the same. All religions become one. And then there's this giant bowl of food and we all just eat a little bit. And I'm like, no, that's not what happens because the bigger, stronger people are going to eat most of it and become more bigger and stronger. They're going to crush you. It's called communism. It doesn't work. But he was just like, so he quits unexpectedly, you know, like unannounced, but that way. It was expected. It was unannounced. And he goes into the place and he tells the ladies that work there, I can't work for a bigot. And he was referring to me. And so then I go in there and the lady that works there, she knows me very well. And she was like, he's a baboso, man. Like, you know, like she's a Hispanic lady. And she told him, she's like, carajo, man. Like he didn't know what it meant. He was like, oh, is that like a greeting? She's like, yeah, it means like goodbye.
Yeah.
Okay, baboso. And he's like, he called me and he's like, the lady in the office was very sweet. She called me a baboso, which means like honey boy. And I'm like, honey boy? And he's like, yeah, it was like it's a term of endearment from the Latinos. Because he thought I was some white guy. Like, I was a galacho, like a Wilil. And I said,
my really good neighbor.
You don't even know what that means. He called you a dumbass, dude. You know, I didn't say it. I was laughing, and me and Anthony were laughing at him, and I hung up the phone. I was like, dude, this guy, you know, I said, whatever. He did me real gacho, though, as they say in Spanish. He did me wrong, man. And I got mad. I was like, dude, I went over there and I had to go work it, you know, because he left because he was triggered the day before by some people who came in. And I was like, dude, and he goes, I could tell they were bigots the way they were talking. I could tell, you know. And it turned out they were Hispanic too, but he was like, it doesn't matter. Everybody can be a bigot at some time or another, and it's our job to stop it. And I said, no, it's your job to sit there and do your job, the real job that I pay you to do. Paying you $17 an hour to watch a door. You can't even do that. You know, not to worry about what everybody's beliefs are. Who cares? You're going to be offended a whole lot. When we were kids, like I said, we were aiming for the eye. We were like, you know, we weren't even supposed to be doing that with the BB guns. And my mom and dad were like, why are you doing this? Like, because there's 20 other kids out there and we're shooting each other. And so my dad, he goes, this isn't, I know this, you're going to do this and it's not correct. So he gave me a pair of safety goggles and a cup. And he says, go shoot, go do whatever, put earplugs, you know. One of the kids, Kyle, my friend, when we were growing up, he got shot in the ear right here. There's still, BB's still in there. Next day, they're like, his mom, or his grandma, he lived with his grandmother. She's like, you're going to go deaf. And he's like, well, it didn't hit me. So the next day he's back out there and we're at it again. And then a bunch of other kids started wearing that. But I had one in my arm from my cousin Donnie. He shot me with a BB gun. I mean, we were terrible. We were throwing cow crap at each other. I mean, we came up with this little ingenious device. We thought we were amazing because we built a catapult without any kind of, we didn't realize that Archimedes had done it 3,000 years ago. And so we were lobbing cow shit. So, you know, it's what we did. We were out in the country, you know, we're country people, you know, and it was my cousin, my primo comes out of the house and we're like, poof, and we nailed him like right upside the head. Of course, he didn't go inside and go, I feel triggered. I'm going to lay on the floor. No, he goes, oh, you want to throw some chingazos? What's up? And then he goes and we start fighting and he chases us all over the place with a stick. Until a bull chases up the tree, all of us.
No, I was talking to some kids. I was talking to some kids about open chest the other day, and they were like, "What? What do you mean?" I'm like, "Open chest, dude." Like,
that was what you played on the bus.
Yeah,
the older kids would be back there, and they'd be like, "I'm gonna play steel to the chest." They're like 14, you're 10. You're like, "I have no choice. I mean, you're gonna hit me." And then they're like, They're like 1, 2, bam, and then they hit you. You're like, oh, and you try to not black out, you know?
Yeah,
But that
or
made you
even
tougher.
even in school, like that you just be like the lunch line waiting because you know they have to go to their pocket to get the lunch money. You're like,
Yeah,
wow,
dude. Yeah, it was like that, dude. It was freaking crazy, man. It was
I
like
loved it.
kid. Now you could never do anything like that.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
oh my
no.
goodness, they'd have you in court, you know, and that's a
Yeah.
problem. These kids, you know, this generation now is the generation that will walk into a strip club or a massage parlor and walk out being like, I just didn't feel loved, and she's seeing other people. I thought I was you're the only one. I love her, you know. Like, dude, shut up, man.
Yeah. I've been noticing though that the new, not to get off subject, but this new it's called Generation Alpha or Generation A, and it's past the millennials. So these young kids, like that are as old as my youngest kids, they're starting to do all the stuff that we did. No helmets, riding freaking wagons, and tumbling and getting skid marks and grass stains. And I'm like, maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope. Because I'm like, dude, these kids are getting rowdy again.
Have you seen though, like the football now? It's like it's co-ed, and nothing against.
Yeah.
But it's like we have to play flag football. My little nephew kid come to me a couple years ago. He's 14 now or something. He's like, I got to play flag football. We can't in our area. We don't have Pee Wee League. And I said, dude, what the hell?
Right.
I played Pee Wee when I was little. We were like nailing each other, dude. That was it, you know. And I said, what? He says, we're playing flag. Our quarterback is Sheila or some girl's name, and it was Susan or something. I said, what? I said, what?
No, she was on the field. She can get tackled like everyone else.
Yes, and I don't nothing against women doing whatever. I think softball is women. I think when guys play softball, it looks silly. Especially when they're lobbing it real slow, and the guy's like, bam, and he hits the ball into the next, into Alpha Centauri. Like, whoop-de-doo, dude. I mean, they're lobbing it underhanded, But when you watch women, when they do that real fast underhand pitch thing, that's cool. I like watching women play tennis. But when dudes do it, not so much. It just looks, I don't know. It's not in good taste. And I love watching women's soccer. But when men do it, no. But I like watching men play baseball and men play football. It just looks weird when women do it. I mean, and it's just, maybe I'm old fashioned. Maybe it's just me. Like I was watching a wrestling tournament the other day, and there was these two girls that came out there, and they were throwing each other around. They were these little skinny girls. And I'm like, I thought they were dudes at first. And I saw that they were the girls division. And I said, what is this? It just doesn't look right, man. It's like when women box. I hate seeing two women hit each other. I just don't. It does. It's unnatural to me. I mean, I love when seeing dudes just beat the crap. Everybody just, beat the crap out of each other. Whatever. I follow fight all the time.
Yeah, we call that a cat fight.
Right. Yeah, girls should be. Dude, I saw this girl knock this other girl out, and I posted it on Facebook just to see what people would say. Nobody really said anything, but it was just so brutal. And I thought, God, it doesn't set well with me. I don't like seeing women hurt each other. Man, I don't like seeing anybody play golf. I don't give a damn what. In alien land, you go play. You got a golf club? I'm out, bro. I'm going to sleep. My dad, that whole generation, they love golf. They're like, let's play golf. For what?
Yeah, it was like the first time when bowling hit ESPN. I remember I was a young kid. I'm like, what?
A sport for middle-aged, out-of-shape people.
Yeah.
Nachos
it's like for me to drink beer.
That's what you do. It's so crazy, dude. I don't know. Anyways, folks, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. Everybody that donated, we appreciate the donation. Monica, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it. I hope that you come back next Friday. I would love to have you back on, and we'll have a different topic and a different discussion. If you want to come back, you're welcome to come on.
It'll be lots of fun.
Yeah. Same goes for Abe and Joe. If you guys want to come back next Friday, we'll do it again because I have another topic for you.
Sounds good.
Because I decided to change the format up, and if we have somebody who wants to be a guest or whatever, we can always do a show, whatever. But I thought you guys would be a great team, and we obviously have good chemistry here. I rolled the dice, and I think it worked. But, you know, like I said, I'm a very humble man, and I'm just going to win all the time. I'm a winner. That's all I do is win, 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 win.
Humble.
Humble. I am a humble. That's it. You're very
I'm a humble man. A humble man.
I'm a very, very, very modest and humble guy. I'm not flashy, you know. I'm not flashy, you know. I'm joking.
For those that say I'm not, that's fake news. Fake news.
They come out with a grill. Yo, that's fake news, dog. I didn't put y'all them people inappropriately, dog. Boy, he's in some trouble, bro. Let me tell you. Oh boy.
It's going down.
The comb meisters and it's
Yeah.
going down. I ain't gonna talk about that. But hey, what is that you're doing? Is that Palo Santos? Is that what
Palo Santo.
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing the interview? We're talking about that. I was hearing some activity over here by the window, and I have a door behind me, and I was hearing some stuff, so that's why I turned it on. And we're talking about when you're talking about the hyenas and the shapeshifter activity was picking up. But I got selenite. You know, for those that know selenite. I keep it on my window frames. The selenite brings you guardian angels and angels to protect. So I keep it on the window sills. And of course, black tourmaline. I keep that around my neck. I got some selenite right here. And the black tourmaline around my neck.
Yeah, tourmaline is good too. A lot of people, they think that is new agey weird stuff. But no, there is a science behind that.
They don't like it when I go out. They don't like those. Well, I call them the DDNs. You know, disembodied demonic Nephilim. They don't like it when I take my stuff out there because the selenite gets energy. So if they're going to drain some energy, they're going to drain it off the selenite. They ain't going to drain it off of me. You know, because I've been out there without stuff and I've gotten drained. You know, spiritually. So I have to take that extra protection with me when I go out there. You know, of course, Jesus Christ is the ultimate protection, but you also have to be ready when you go and investigate. You know, I always prepare before, during, and after. After is I say, hey, if there's anything here, you're not welcome to follow me home. You're not welcome. I always say that. So they try to jump neck area. On the neck area, that's where they always try to attach themselves. No, I think he was talking about who's the one that was talking about the like leeches or they have things where they drain your energy or something. Yes, well, the people call it the Leviathan, right? They're like an octopus, but they like to jump on the shoulder area. So there's times when I go out there that it feels like I'm carrying 2 or 3 people on my shoulders, so that's a lot of weight, you know, and I feel it on my body. You know, I weigh 260, so I'm still recuperating from a toe, you know, where something jumped on me and it was real heavy, but I was looking like this. There was nobody on my neck, but I could feel the weight, and the weight was hurt my toe, like injured my left toe. And I said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. When this happens is when your equipment goes off, you know, like you're doing a live, all of a sudden you lose connection. That's when they attack, right? And I was saying, I rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. And I was feeling real heavy and it jumped off on me, but my toe got messed up. So my toe's been hurting for about 6 months now. I haven't been back out there. Imagine that they have, if they can manifest, then they have weight. So I felt that weight on me. You know, it made my left knee buckle. I almost dropped me to the ground, but I haven't really gone too much back out there after that. You know, I'm waiting for my left toe to heal. I have an appointment to go to with a doctor for it, but imagine that you can see it and they have weight on you. And it feels like you're carrying like 2 or 3 people on your shoulders, you know.
My mother used to tell me that when the spirits attach to you, that's the area that they always attach to.
Yeah. So there's times that I could be here, and then next thing you know, it feels like neck area hurts, and it feels like my head is being pulled.
Like there's somebody sitting on your shoulders, really.
Exactly, and I say, I type by the rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. That's why I light it up, the Palo Santo, and I go like this around me here because I feel it. That's one of the places I like to attach themselves to is around your neck area because they like to control your senses, your hearing, your singing.
The Palo Santo, does it come back after a period of time? Do you feel it again eventually?
It just keeps the area clean, cleansed. But when you were talking about the center of the earth of those 7 places, I seen an image of it seemed like some kind of creature. They had a lot of hands, a lot of arms. It was all black, and he had a lot of arms, and it was standing up. It looked freaked out. It's like an insect of some sort, but he had a lot of arms, and he was pretty tall. It was all dark. It's kind of like when you were talking about it, it's kind of like I seen it like right behind me. So that's why I turn on the Palo Santo. It's like, I don't know. If they have those, like he says, they can manifest out of nowhere,
Yeah. And when War Cry was, or Yahola Tiger was on with us, he's a Cherokee, a real Cherokee, not one of these people that claim they're Cherokee. There's a million people going around saying that. But if you let people tell you there's 350 million Cherokee in this country, they're not. They're just whatever. But he was on, and he has War Cry podcast, and he was talking about saging with cedar wood.
Yes,
I say saging,
where I was trying to go with
saging, it's burning cedar wood. Yeah, go ahead, Monica.
Because cedar wood will actually get rid of it, where Palo Santo and sage tend to kind of they kind of liken it to putting it to sleep. It dampens it, but the cedar is what you would use to actually expel it. And you obviously, I'm sure you have to open your windows, to get the energy out.
Yes,
I'm a sweetgrass kind of guy.
Sweetgrass.
They all do different things.
But it's funny that you said that, Wolf, because it's like every time I'll be like talking to like some blonde-haired, blue-eyed dude. They're like, "Oh, you're native." I'm like,
Cherokee.
I'm Apache. He's like, "Dude, I'm actually like 3/4 Cherokee."
Oh, you
I'm
Apache?
like, "Oh, that's beautiful." Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm Chiricahua Apache. I'm like, "Oh,
that's what she is, Chiricahua."
Are you really?
Yes. Another one.
Well, I used to be a Navajo.
Everybody claims like I'm actually Comanche, and and I guess by the definition of that, I would be considered, like if I was up in Oklahoma, I would be considered native. I'd have a card.
Yeah,
but I'm in Texas, and they're like, nope. You ain't getting that. Nope.
No,
we ain't giving you nothing here in Texas, boy. They're like, you could be 99.9% whatever, but you're still gonna do what you got to do here in Texas.
I am some kind of native, but I don't know from where. Because you look at my grandfather, my grandmother, they look native, But I just don't know. So many tribes,
Yeah.
Yeah, down in Texas, they're they're like, "Oh, the only thing we'll do for you is stop you when you're coming back from South Padre."
They won't even like the casinos. Well, a friend of mine, he was registered as a kickapoo, and they had the casino down in East Texas, and they fought him tooth and nail for that. And they finally just opened it on native land, and Texas was pissed about it. But you know why? Because the legislation. Now here's something. I talked to a guy who used to be, he's a former senator now. I don't want to say his name. He was in a scandal, and I talked to him at the Caucus Club, when it was called the Caucus Club, because all the senators and everybody would go during recess, and they would go and they would drink, and then they'd go back to the Capitol. And so I was having a talk with him, and I met this guy years ago. He didn't remember me, but I remembered him because he was a senator, and I delivered a pizza to him. And so I walked up to him, and I said, I'll call him Mr. B. And I said, B, I was like, I'm so-and-so, and you don't know me, but I and he's like, hey. And so we got to know each other. So he would come in there and drink every now and then. And my friend used to own that club, my friend Reinhardt from Belgium. And he told me, he says, dude, the reason that there's no gambling in Texas is because there's gambling in Louisiana, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and they pay. Their lobbyists work hard to pay our politicians here in Texas to not allow gambling in Texas. And they can say it's about the Bible Belt and all this other piety, but that's not what it is because, like I said, we're surrounded by all these states that have gambling. And now I think even Arkansas's got it. Everybody's got it. There's nowhere. We're the only ones. And so everybody goes out of state to go gambling.
They got a casino down in Eagle Pass now.
They do now, Eagle Pass, but they fought it so hard that the natives there finally they just did it. They just went ahead and did it. They just were like, to hell with it. You know, we're gonna thank you, Kate, for that donation. You're always so sweet. But they just finally said to heck with it. We're not gonna sit here and it's our land. You know, like what is this? You know, you give us our land and then you tell us, well, in this state you can't do that. You know, which is ridiculous. And that's another thing too. We need to get into a discussion, and we will in the future. But I want to talk about the Skinwalker phenomena. And everybody's like, oh, Skinwalker's only Navajo. Well, who cares? I'm going to say whatever it is.
Well, I got some stories about the Skinwalkers for you.
So maybe next Friday we're going to talk about Skinwalkers, and we're going to get into that Skinwalker, werewolf, dogman. What is it? And I want to get into
Great Pyrenees that got shaved.
They're all a bunch of bald Pyrenees.
we'll revisit that. He was like, I was so triggered. I sat in my room for a week.
I got triggered. I couldn't even play my Nintendo for like 3 days.
I didn't even play my Switch. You know, when I went back, the people at Fortnite didn't even know who I was. League of Legends, they were just like, get out of here. We don't know you. We do not know ye, you know. But no, seriously, it's a phenomenon, and I want to talk about it because I think that there's a lot of truth to this. That's where a lot of it lies. And of course, the natives, they have every one of them has stories. Like all of their different tribes have a different story about it. I love it when the paranormal people, you know, the ghost people, whatever, like, you sound so ignorant when you're culturally ignorant when you call it Skinwalker. And I'm like, okay, just like I said, saging with cedarwood, technically it's not. Or you say, I'm going to go get a Coke, and you walk out with a Dr. Pepper. Oops, sorry, did I offend the people of Waco because that's where it came from? Oh, how dare you call us Coca-Cola? We're triggered now. Let's go march.
We're always like that. We're like, hey man, you want anything? Yeah, give me Coke. What kind? Big red.
Yeah, what kind? Big red. Yeah, exactly. Nobody, because in Texas it's another thing too. I mean, everybody says, and then when I was up north, they were like, you want a pop?
Ooh.
Pop? You want a pop?
I was like,
that triggers me.
What the hell is that?
Now I'm triggered.
or somebody will be like, yeah, you want a pie? You know, like the New Yorkers, my friend, it was like, there was a comedian that did, I can't remember who it was. He did like a joke about it, but it was like, you know, do you want a pie? And I'm like, pie? I haven't thought about it. I'm like, you know, holding my controller. Let me think about this. That lemon meringue? I don't know. He's like, no, I mean like a pizza pie, you know, like a pizza, you know. And I'm like, oh, okay, you're one of those people that calls it some weird shit. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say, let's get some apple or cherry. I didn't know what the hell you're talking about. He said pepperoni and Canadian bacon and mushrooms.
Yeah, I'll take a Choco Taco. I mean, if you're going up to the store.
You know, and ice cream with the hot pocket. You know, you get a hot pocket and you're expecting like, well, it's a pepperoni type, but it's just all these different kinds now. And you know, they're all the same. The middle is ice cold, and the outside will melt your mouth in like a nuclear meltdown. And it is horrible. It will destroy the inside of your mouth. Believe me, I did that in high school over and over again. Then you get to the hard, crunchy, cold center.
Yeah.
And that little sleeve, like, what does it do? It's supposed to heat it up correctly.
Yeah, it's supposed to
little lead sleeve or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, everything that's microwave is destroying the food you eat.
Oh yeah.
You lose all the nutrients the minute you put it in the microwave. Here's the thing. Garlic, eat raw garlic, folks. Now, I'm not telling you to eat so much that when you're standing in line at the H-E-B, that's our grocery stores down here. They all know what that is. But when you go and stand in line and somebody's like, damn, somebody smells terrible. They must have been eating garlic. And you're like, oh, it's me. I was eating cloves earlier. You know, you don't need to do all that. You don't need to smell like that, okay? You don't need to ward off vampires with it because it doesn't work anyway. So, but here's the thing, you know, eat it because it's very good, because there's a chemical in there called allicin. But if you put that same garlic into the microwave for 30 seconds, guess what? The allicin is ineffective. It doesn't do anything. It's destroyed. And then it just becomes a stinky thing that you put on your food. So that is my advice to you. If you can avoid the microwave, avoid it, because it is a microwave. And if you put anything in it living, it will destroy it, the nutrients of it or whatever. I don't mean to put something living like a, you know what I mean? Like, but it'll destroy it. And you're not even really supposed to stand too close to it. And the TVs we used to have as Gen X, I would be like this, standing, my grandfather, get away from that. That thing's going to radiate your head, boy. And it will. He's right. You're not supposed to do that because the TVs were and if you run your hand across it, you get that electromagnetic energy.
Yeah.
I was the remote. I was the youngest. You're the baby. You're the youngest. Go turn the TV channel.
It'll suck you in like the movie Poltergeist. like you did the little girl.
Remember that? I think Abe and you for sure. Monica, you probably remember having. We lived out in the country, we had to go out and turn the antenna.
Yeah,
that was my job. We go out there and turn it. And even then I thought, man, I'm like 5. What am I doing out here in the woods?
I remember the antennas that were built into the TV that you had to extend. Yes,
and you got 3 channels.
3 channels, and at midnight they all went to static.
Shut off with the Air Force flying over,
Yeah, and then the national anthem.
National anthem. Yep.
That was it.
And I remember
when you had a sleepover, that was
adjusting the antenna, trying to get the wavy lines to dissipate.
Yeah, putting aluminum foil on the rabbit.
I'd be putting aluminum foil and putting it all through the ceiling, and I'd be stealing my neighbor's cable. They had HBO and Skinamax. Get it for free.
Stealing cable, dude. That was the hack right there.
With the antennas.
I remember my record player, my cassette player that I used to have to wire myself in the back. And when the speakers would get staticky, I'd have to go back there and strip the wires and reconnect them. I mean,
oh my gosh. And then taking the cassettes. Now there was something before cassettes. I remember records. I had a little record player when I was a kid.
Records, 8 tracks.
I remember I had like 4 or 5 records. The 8 tracks were terrible. They flip over in the middle of the song. It's like, I left my wife in Kentucky. What the hell is this, dude? And like I'd be looking at like, this is, even as a child, I remember there has to be better technology than this. What is this?
Right.
You don't know what Eddie Money's saying. He's stopping in the middle of it and telling you something else, And so you get the cassette, and I remember I was so happy. This happened to me, and it was horrible. I was already a teenager, and I went and I bought the new Iron. It was a new Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. I remember. I'll never forget. I went and got it. I was at the Hastings. Anybody remember Hastings? And I was like, I got paid. I was like, got my little $162 check, from washing dishes and bussing tables. And I said, I'm gonna get this album. I got it, and I was all happy. And I was like, I walk out, and I put it in my den, and and I was like, what? And I pull it out, and it's eating it alive. You just paid $14 for this damn thing, and you're just like, what?
Time to break out the pencil.
You get the pencil,
and hope that the tape wasn't creased too bad.
You try everything, and then I even did the little surgery thing. We used to call it surgery. We would take the little tape and tape it together, and so that part would suck. You'd be listening to Anthrax.
It was fun.
And
I also remember mastering rewind to the exact spot in the song you want to get to.
Oh yeah.
It was an art.
Count that down.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was an art for sure. When CDs first came out, they sucked too because the CD player was this big. My friend Keith had one, and I go in his room, and I remember it was in the 80s, and I said, what is that? And he's like, check it out. Yo, I got this CD player. And he shows me the disc. And I got 2. I got Metallica, and I got Iron Maiden, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, and we sat there, and we were like, the music is so clear, man. This is awesome, dude. You can hear everything, We thought we were that was the shit.
Bee's knees.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
Ones were terrible though because if you breathe too hard next to it,
the Discman,
the Walkman was just as bad because the damn thing you're jogging along because I used to go run because I'd boxed, and the headphones would come out. You'd be like, oh dang it, what in the heck is going on here, man? Hot dog. And so I'd have to plug it back in, and then it would fall. And then that was it. It was broken, and you got to go pay $20-$30 for another one. And back then, $20-$30 was not no chump change.
Right.
So I'd be like, well, gotta wait till payday to get another one. And they were always falling.
Yeah, that's when they
Music
built
for you.
those big jogger headphones that had the big rubber thing around, kind of like on our phones now. Yeah.
I remember when I got the first disc changer for the truck, I had a 12 disc changer, and it was an Alpine. And it was like, all my friends were like,
Oh, you were top of the line with the Alpine, man.
right, dude. And it was 12 discs, and they were like, you can play 12 different discs. And I was like, yep. And my friends were so jealous of me, man. And so they all went out and got them too. And, you know, but then you go over a bump and boop, then the thing skips. And you're like, what the hell? Dude, it just never failed, man. And it didn't matter if it was Pioneer or Alpine. It was going to screw up. They were going to be screw ups. And,
Pioneer, Alpine, Blaupunk, all of it.
remember all that.
What is it? You pull out of your hole, you have the handle, and you pull the whole radio out and carry.
You remember the CD players where the faceplate came off so people couldn't
so people couldn't steal it? And you had to take it into the store with you? And it's just a big hassle. And then at the same time, the cell phone came out, but it was like this G.I. Joe, like, hey, you know, airstrike, come on, you know, Cobra's hitting us hard, you know. And you're just like, I was walking around with I didn't get one until 99 or something like that, but it was one of the, and I didn't want to be cheap, but I didn't want to go for the more expensive ones. They're like, we have these smaller ones. And I'm like, those are too expensive. I'll just get this analog piece of crap. It was like a brick. And I had to put it in my pocket. Then I had the faceplate in the other pocket. And you're just like, dude, don't get in anything. Don't let nothing happen. Because you're going to break all these valuable items you have, you know? Yeah. And the little analog phone had one game called Snake. And that was pretty much it. That was the pinnacle of success for the phone. That was it. It didn't do anything else. And then like the new Nokia, we have two games on here. One that's like a bullshit Pac-Man, and then a snake, you know, and then we just went from there, and it was like it got better and better. I remember when the Razor came out, and I was actually watching Animal Planet on my phone, and I thought, and it was messing up bad. I was like watching Jeff Corwin going like, man, is that an orangutan? What is that? I was like, wow, this technology is amazing.
But with those little phones, you remember texting where you have to hit 1, 2, 1, 3 times to get something, and 8, 4 times.
Yeah. Have to hit 1, 3 times to get a C, twice to get a B, to get an A.
Miguel just said, remember Blockbuster? Yeah, Blockbuster Music. I remember Hastings was like the best store ever because you could go in there and get all these different types of music and all these different things. And you can't even find those stores anymore because their main, you know, whatever is gone, like that, you know, CDs and tapes and all that stuff is gone. And I remember going into Blockbuster, and I remember getting mad because they would give me the late fees because I was always late. And they'd be like, some kid that looked like Napoleon Dynamite, and he's all like judging you. You brought the movie Critters back late, so that's $3. You're like, dude, can you cut me some slack? And he's like, no, I can't, sir. I can't do that. I can't break the rules. All right. And then he's happy about that crap too. And I'm like, okay, Napoleon, look, I know I owe you $8. I'm on a date. She's over there. Can you just please help me out and let me not have to pay this because I'm not going to afford the dinner at the Thai restaurant. And he's like, oh, sir, that's against our policy. I have no control over this at all. I breathe through my mouth, so. You shouldn't have chosen such a wretched thing to do by bringing it late. And you're like, never mind. We're not. And then you go up and you make an excuse.
Money.
Making an excuse. You're like, you know what? I don't even want to watch a movie tonight. Let's go drive around, and you know what? Let's go out by the lake and look at the stars. And she's like, no, I don't like this movie.
Or you just watch, or ride your bike to the mom and pop shop.
Even though it was made by rapists, you know, and she's like, it was. Well, I'm sure somebody in there was horrible, and they're probably all racist and evil and whatever. But that's what you want to do. We'll do what you want to do.
Right.
I'm just gonna go along with you. Well, if you want to go out for a drive, cool, let's do it. And then you get out of it, and you give Napoleon the finger because he didn't take the late fees off.
No,
they loved that power they had, boy. They loved it. They were just It was.
But that's what I did a show on Generation X about stuff, and I was like, dude, that's whenever we come into the throne, you know, whenever we start taking over and get into the seat, you know what I mean, the political seats, dude, we had so much more patience. Like we didn't need all of this stuff. So like if you get us to a point, you shove us into a corner, we can sit there and wait all.
Yeah.
We waited,
We'll wait
you
it out.
know, a whole month to watch a new episode of a show that we were hooked on. You know, what I
And
mean?
before the DVR, you didn't, you know, if Airwolf came on and you missed an episode, and you're like, I didn't see it. I don't. What is
You're
this?
gonna miss
And
it
then,
forever.
That's
Yeah.
it, you know. And then I watched Quantum Leap. You remember that show?
Oh yeah,
And you'd
yeah,
be like,
Scott Mayo. Yeah.
When did Scott Bale go back in time and do? I don't remember that. I missed that episode. Dang it! It was a baseball practice. I missed it, and there was no way to record it. And then you got a little older. You could record it with the videotape, but there was always this like gamble what channel it would actually record. That was the big problem. You know, you would try to record it, and then it would be like all grainy, and there'd be lines in it and stuff because the videotape sucked, and you know, and then the VHS thing would eat the tape too.
Right.
Yeah. Or your little brother recorded over your
The recording over. You and my brother got into so many fights about that in 20 years ago. Even we were fighting about it. He recorded over some home movies that we had with our friends, and I said, "Dude, why did you do that? There was some of the funniest stuff ever on there." And he's like, "Oh, I wanted to watch the show on History Channel." I was like, "So you recorded it?" And then you know, like a week later, DVR comes out, and you're like, "Wow, this is convenient." You just, you know. And I never thought it would be the way it is now, you know. And like I think Anthony just said, you had to keep track of shows with the TV guide. Yeah.
Oh yes, the TV guide.
Oh, yeah. TV guide.
Yeah. And you were like, Alf is coming on again at 7. All right.
And
awesome.
they had little descriptions. Do you remember that? It wasn't just the show listing. You could go down below the grid and it would explain each show.
Yeah. Or having to call the movie theater to find out what was showing and what was showing.
They would actually tell you though. Back then, they would tell you. You're like, well, what is this movie about? And they would be like, well, it's about a guy who goes out and wins his girl of his dreams and whatever. And now they just if you call them, they'll give you like they'll read it what the movie. They don't tell you anything about it. That's it. Period. And nobody's going to answer that phone. No way. You're just done.
Did you guys, I mean, where I grew up, because I didn't grow up in Texas, we could call, you could spell out popcorn on the phone and it would tell you the time. You would call to get the time.
That was 411 for us.
That's
I was going to say, I don't remember that. It was called popcorn?
Yeah, you would spell out popcorn on the, push buttons on the old timey phones or rotary phones.
The grandparents' phones.
With the long curly cords.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah, you'd spell out
was the good stuff.
And it would tell you what time it was.
Wow. And you could prank call. Prank calling was a pastime that these kids will never know now because I don't if you look at your phone and you're like, what is this anonymous, private? I'm not answering that crap.
Right.
But back then, you were waiting for a phone call and we got pranked and you could never tell who it was. And then you would prank other people. So you'd answer the phone and you'd be like, I'm waiting for a call from somebody, and you answer it and they'd be like, hey, man, what are you wearing? What's going on? And then they'd breathe. And you're like, what the hell was wrong with you? You hang up the phone and then you're doing the same thing the next day.
Because I had a guy call me up when I was in high school. It was one of those, mouth breathing calls in the middle of the night. And I was pissed because he called me. I mean, I had to go to school the next morning. It's like 1 a.m. And he's like, what are you wearing? And I was like, what are you wearing? Does it matter? But I was like, why are you calling random girls in the middle of the night? Are you ugly? Can you not
Yeah, you start arguing with him and talking crap back to him.
He goes, no, I'm good looking. I was like, then why are you calling random people? You can't get dates? Is that what the problem is? You don't know what I look like.
and it was probably
I was trolling him.
My best friend in high school was
cords.
Yeah, my best friend in high school, her name was Heather, and her cousin was such a troublemaker, and so they would prank call me when her cousin came over, and I always knew it was her, and so I would answer the phone, and I'd be like, because it's late, and it'd be like a Friday night or something. We laugh about it now. She's a chiropractor, best chiropractor ever. So I get on the phone, and I'd be like, "What's up, Heather?" And she'd be like, like. Yes, because I figured it out. Like I think her cousin liked me or something, so she would come over. They would prank call me. I said, it only happens on Friday or Saturday when April's over there. I think it was April. I think she was the one. And I said, I know who it is. I know you're messing with me, And so, and by the turn, I had a friend, my friend Keith. He liked her. He liked Heather, and me and Heather were just friends. We grew up. Our parents were good friends, and we were the same age. And my friend would go, "Hey, let's call her," and I'd be like, "Well, go ahead and call her." And he would call her, and he would not say anything, not prank calling her, but not say anything, and then hang up. And then
Like
there was this *67 where you could call back.
Yeah.
And I would always embarrass him, and I'd be like, "Hey, what's up, Heather? Keith wanted to talk to you." And he'd be like, "No, man, no," like melting, falling onto the bed. And she'd be like, "Oh, okay, we'll put him on the phone." And I was like, he'd be like doing this and running out of the room. Like, I'm like, dude, you're never gonna get to talk if you don't just say, "Hey, what's up?" And so, yeah, there was always this prank calling and stuff. And I used to prank call my friend's dad because he would get so mad. And my friend, Jason, he's the one that started it. He came over on a sleepover, and there was 3 or 4 of us. And, of course, being a latchkey kid, I was raised by my dad at one point. He would go to work at night, and I wouldn't see him until the morning. And he would be like, "Y'all behave," and just throw us some money for pizza. And just be like, "Go eat pizza. Just get away from me. He don't want to deal with me at all." So he'd just be like, "Play games, do whatever, chop firewood, just don't be around me." And so he would go out and do what he was going to do. And then I would be at home, and I'd have my friends come over, and my friend Jason was like, "Hey, man, let's prank call people," because that was something we would do. And there was nothing else to do in 1986 or whatever. And I said, "Okay." And he calls his own dad. His dad was like, "Yeah, this accent talk like that. Hey, man, what you doing, man?" And he started cussing at you and call you all kinds of horrible names. He goes, "You one lonely mother ever over there. That's what you're doing. You're just lonely. Help yourself. You're ugly. You're ugly. Your mama don't love you. That's why you're doing all this." And finally, I was on the phone. I was like, "Well, this guy's really hurting my feelings, dude." I'm like, "But I'm a tough kid. I'm a Generation X. I handed the phone to someone else. They could be abused." And he was like, "It's funny, right? It's funny." I was like, "It's your dad." And he would say the worst crap ever. And then the next year, he was my Little League baseball coach. And so he would say stuff, in practice, like, "You dumbass, you let that ball go right between your legs. You got 2 of them right there. What you doing? Let the other one go." And like, he would say these things, right? So me and my friend Kenny, we thought it was like we would prank call him, and Kenny messed up. He goes, "You got them," he said the same thing. So then the next day at practice, he comes out with the baseball bat over his shoulder, and he's like, big old tall guy with big curly hair. And he's like, "One of you little bastards been calling my house." I'm like with my legs shaking, and I'm like, "Oh no, he knows he's gonna hit us in the head with the bat, dude." And Kenny's like looking down, and I'm like, "Dude, just admit that you did that." And he's like, "You were with me." I was like, "No, I wasn't. I'm just gonna deny it." And he starts pointing the bat. He goes, "Is it you, Patrick?" And he's like, No, I never called your house." "Oh, one of y'all did. One of y'all did. I know one of y'all did." "Which one of y'all did it? Which one of y'all?" I know, because he goes, "It was from this team." And nobody said anything. So he goes up to like all these different kids, unbeknownst to each other, and he gets everybody, and he says, "Somebody's been calling my house for the past 2 years." So he was going to pin it all on this one kid. So he comes up to me, and I'm at second base, and I'm getting ready to throw the ball. He grabs my arm, and he says, "Turner, let me ask you a question. You like calling grown men in the middle of the night and insulting their intelligence?" And I said, he's an ex-Marine too, right? He's a big guy. He was scary as hell. And I said, "No, sir, I would never do that." And he looks at me, he goes real close to me. I'll never forget his beady little eyes. He was right in my face, and his breath smelled like skull, like snuff, right? He's like spitting it on me. And I'm like, "Sir, I would never do such a thing." I was lying so bad. And then I said, and finally he goes, "Yeah, I knew it wasn't you. You're a good kid." He pats me on the head, and he like goes to third base. And I'm like, and I sat there, and I was breathing hard. So I went to my friend Kenny, and I said, "Dude, he was on first base." And I said, "Dude, just tell him you did it." He goes, "Hell no, man. The man's crazy." And I was like, "Then why did we call him in the first place?" And he's like, "It was Jason's fault. He got us to do all this." I said, "Yeah, but that wasn't his fault last night. You were here at the house, and you did it, whatever." And so finally at the end of the thing, we all lived in the same little neighborhood. So he gave us a ride home. We're almost to the house, right? And Kenny goes, I did it. I called you. I said all these things." And we pull into the driveway, and I jumped out of the car real quick, and I was like, "Goodbye, see you later." And I just walked into the house real quick. I didn't say nothing. I don't know what happened. I just know that he went and told his parents. And then my dad came home and asked me, he's like, "Hey, did you call, Jason's dad?" he's real upset and blah, blah, blah. And I said, I didn't, but Kenny did. And I got away with it. And I admitted it to my dad. And I said, but I lied to him. So my dad drove me over there because they lived like right around the corner. So we drove over there and I had to stand there in front of this man. I said, I was with Kenny when he did that.
Oh.
And I saw his son standing behind him like all indignant, like, yeah, man. And I'm going like, what is he freaking acting, you know? And I said, but in my defense, and I totally put my friend on blast, I said, Jason is the one that started it 2 years ago. He's the one that told us to call you. So good night. And then the next day we're at school and my friend comes up to me and he goes, I can't sit down because of what you did. And I'm like, well, you're sitting back there like all like, how dare you? You know, like, you don't act like that. You started it, little prick. And he, after that, he never trusted me. We were in high school. I remember we were at Brenham at a baseball tournament and he was like, I still don't trust you. It was like years later, man. We were like 17 or something. He's like, I still don't trust you, Turner. I just don't, man. And I was like, just like his dad, he kept calling me Turner. And I said, fine, don't trust me. He's like, I know you'll tattle on me, you know. I was like, dude, I felt bad. I didn't want to lie. And when your dad's in my face, you know, spitting skull on me, you know, and I was like, and I had to lie to him. And I said, I felt relieved actually going and saying that. But he was standing there like, well, yeah, you got in trouble. That's what you get. You know, you shouldn't have been doing that. I'm like, you're the one that started it 2 years before.
You're a better person than me. I would have taken that to my grave.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I can't do it, man. I got to come clean. And it was, you know, when I was a kid, I used to do a lot of crap, but I always copped to it. My sisters were liars. They would lie and they would swear up and down. You go get a Bible and they'd be like, okay, and they don't care. And my mom and dad, I would take the blame for stuff. Like we together collectively, we broke a window out of the garage. We had one of those garages that wasn't connected to the house, but it was a garage that had the garage windows and all that. And we had the basketball goal there. Well, my mother told my dad, she goes, that's going to be a bad problem because one of these fools is going to break that glass. First day we had it up, my sister throws it and it goes straight through the window. I don't even know how she threw it like a baseball and it went through the glass into the garage and knocked a bunch of crap over that my dad had his work stuff in there and it broke one of his tools. It was bad. He comes home and my dad goes room to room. Who did this? My sisters. I didn't do it. No, nobody admitted to it. He comes to me and I was like the last one. He goes, did you do this? And I said, yes. I mean, I was there when it happened. I got spanked. And I told him, I said, she did it, but I was there with them. I admitted it, you know? And so I got spanked. And then I guess when he whooped me, he just was like, well, whatever. And he didn't even bother whooping her. He never touched the girls, never would spank them or whatever. And I was like, what is this? So I got spanked for being honest all the time, you know? And my mother always would, that's the one thing she would do. She would say, look, you know, he admits to what he does. These other ones, they don't. And they never would. And then they would put me on the spot and want me to lie for them all the time because they'd run off with some boy or something. Don't tell them I went off with Rusty, you know? And I'd be like, I'm going to tell as soon as they come home, I'm going to tell on you, you know?
They're selling you out and then want you to keep a secret.
Yeah. And then I remember I told my son they were going to Sonic to get something to eat. And I said, well, get me a cheeseburger and some tots and I won't tell. They come home minus the cheeseburger and tots. No, and so I was like, okay, that's how it's going to be. So my dad comes home, and my dad did not like this kid, and he had a good reason to. He was a troublemaker. He comes home and he sees like my sister was stupid, and he sees like two people eating burgers and fries. You could see like the wrappers and stuff because he's a teenager. He left it there. And he goes, did you eat Sonic? Just leave it on the table? I said, no, sir. I was playing my Nintendo. And he goes, okay, so who was here? And I said, yeah, Priscilla and Rusty, you know? And so he goes and then he was pissed. He was like, I told you about this kid. And she had this problem with me for that. She comes out and she's like, how could you possibly do that to me? I got grounded. I'm in trouble because I said, I asked you a simple request. I said, can you bring me the burger and fries? You can do that. If you would have done that, there wouldn't have been a problem. She goes, well, he works at Walmart. He doesn't make a lot of money. I said, then he shouldn't be going out and taking you to eat at Sonic when you're not supposed to leave the house. How about that? So that was me. I had to for that, you know? But anyway.
I did it for the tots, the tater tots.
I was like, you know, if you're gonna give me something, I won't tell. I mean, and it was always because you're the youngest.
Right, yeah,
when I was little, that was my job that get prizes for not snitching. you know.
Yeah.
They'd be playing or doing something. Can I play? No. And I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go tell mom and dad that you ate the last such and such. You know, here we go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna run in there real quick. And they'd grab me and be like, okay, you can play with this one. But they knew what I was trying to do because I hated Barbies and I didn't like them at all. So I would just like make my guys beat the crap out of them and then I'd throw them and stuff. And so they had reasons to not play with me. But if you didn't play with me, then I'm going to tell mom and dad that you ate this when you weren't supposed to. Right? I was a little snitch.
Yeah. No, I was the oldest brother, so like I did all the paying out. like especially like if you did something you weren't supposed to do and your little brother got hurt, and they're like, I'm gonna go to, and you're like, no, dude, just don't say nothing. I swear. Okay, next weekend you got first on Nintendo. You got Contra, man. You can up, down, left, right, B, start, and you can play all 30 lives. I don't care, man.
Bribe them with that, and they always want to be player one too. That's everybody's big goal. Yeah, my friend Brian's little brother Mikey was like that. We were talking about him the other day. He's like, I wasn't like that. I was like, you were totally like that. Like he would play football with us all day, and then he would, when his dad came home, he would start crying like we were beating him or something. I'd be like, what is wrong with this kid? At first, I thought he was something wrong with him. He goes in there and he goes, they made me play football. I didn't want to play. And his dad was like, how come you keep making him play football? And we were like, he wanted to play. And then all of a sudden you come home and he starts crying like 5 hours later. We're like watching DuckTales and he gets up and goes and starts crying. And you're like, I was like, Brian, what's your brother crying about? He goes, dude, Mikey, why are you doing that? You know, and he was a turd. He was a horrible little turd, man. And then we would play G.I. Joes and you have your favorites like Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow, Destro, whatever. You know who you liked. And he'd be like, he'd see who you liked and be like, I want Storm Shadow. I'd be like, dude, no. Well, here, you can have the original Storm Shadow. I'm keeping the winter one. No, I want that one. So you're like, give him everything because he would go and cry. And then, well, you know, summer party's over. Everybody got to go home because little Mikey's a little bastard ass and crying. You know, and then you had to give him all the cool toys. And so what we would do, you take those toys, go ahead, take Soundwave, Starscream, and whoever, and you go play by yourself, little jerk.
I'll give you shotgun. I'll give you shotgun for a month. I swear, dude. Just don't say that.
And then I had this blackmail thing going on with my sisters to give me rides places, and I did that till I was a teenager. And I was like, before I got my vehicle, I'd be like, look, you know, give me a ride up to the store. I'm not going to do that. They're always with their boyfriends, lounging around doing nothing. I don't know what, just laying there looking at TV, laying around, you know. And they weren't fat. I never understood this. They did nothing but eat and sit around, but they didn't get fat. I guess because you're young.
Metabolism.
You're outside.
Metabolism, right? And all the guys liked them. They were very pretty. My sisters, everybody liked my sisters, you know. I think we were a good-looking family, except for my brother. I'm kidding. I'm joking. But, you know, the guys were always around. You know, they were always like, hey, man. And they'd try to bribe me to talk to my sisters, and I'd get money out of it. I'd be like, what are you going to give me? And they'd be like, well, I'll take you to get some beer. And I'd be like, okay, all right, I'll do that. And then I'll let them come over and act like they're my friend. Hey, this guy that's 4 years older than me likes me and we're hanging out, but he really wants to talk to you for a little while. So I'm going to go to my room. Y'all have fun. And my sisters would get so mad to be like, why are you bringing these ugly guys over here? You need to bring the, I said, because the ugly guys are bribing me. The good looking guys don't have to do that. Because you're stupid enough.
The smart ones.
Yeah, the smart ones. And so, and my sister was like, you always bring the ugly people over here because they're the ones buying the beer. It's a very simple thing. Figure it out, you know? And then they would come in there in my room and they'd be like, my one sister, Anthony's mother, came in the room one day and knocked. I had this little like I don't even know what it didn't matter. It was a ceramic bunny. And I had it and I put money in it. It was full of change. It was almost full. And she walks in there, just knocks it onto the ground and breaks it. And I'm like, what the hell was that for? And she's like, because that's how annoying it is when you bring an ugly guy over here and sick him on us. And I'm like, I didn't sick anybody on us. He gave me Bud Light. Usually it's Old Milwaukee. At least I got, you know, so shut up, get out of my room. And so they would do that crap, you know, they would go in there and then they would tear down my poster or something stupid, my Guns N' Roses poster, and they'd be like, you should get bringing ugly guys over here. Stop it. So they cried to my mother, you know, and my mom's like, stop bringing strange men to the house. I'm like, strange men? They're like 16, you know, or 50, whatever, you know, and I'm like 12 or whatever. And my mom's like, what are you getting out of this? I didn't tell her. I was like, I'm not going to tell you. And back then I didn't drink the beer. You know what I did? I would give it to my Uncle Jaime, who was like on house arrest. So I would take it to him and he would give me money for it because we couldn't go to the store. Nobody was going to go get it for him. So he'd be like, hey man, hey, can you get me some? I'd be like, so I would get him some beer, and that was as my little racket, and he would pay me, and I'd be like, and my mom was like, are you drinking this beer? When she found out about it, and I was like, no, I'm not drinking it. And she's like, well, where is it? And then she figured it out. And then my uncle was really mad at my sisters. I said, I told you, they're little shitheads. They're not gonna ruin a good thing.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Willing and dealing.
Wheeling and dealing, man. Hey guys, I gotta run. It was good talking to you, man. I loved even though we did this last hour just talking about the old days. I mean, and it was a time to be alive. I can tell you that.
Yeah, it was.
Some of the shows we watched, though, I mean, goodness, good. Full House. Come on, dude.
I can still sing the DuckTales theme song.
DuckTales, dude. That was
Yeah.
Tailspin came out after that, and there were so many good things about the 80s. I mean, my sisters watched Jim. Remember Jim? That would come on.
I remember Jim.
Right after G.I. Joe and Transformers, Jim came on WGN, that Chicago channel. And I remember that. We watched it every afternoon, and I had to sit there and watch it. Yeah, there were so many.
Watching He-Man.
He-Man.
Oh yeah, He-Man.
There was always like a story at the end, and Orko would come out and tell everybody what it was.
Yeah. Actually, not to drag it out a little bit, but I just realized that if you really look at Thundercats, the original Thundercats, that's actually like a historical thing about the Dracos and the cat people.
Mumra,
and Mumra and all that. Like, I was like, what? It ties into this? I'm like, oh my god. It was
weird. My mother, she was very, very, very fundamentalist Christian, and she was okay with He-Man, but not okay with Thundercats because somebody at our church told her that Thundercats was bad.
Right.
So she went in there and she's like, no Thundercats. And I'm like, why not Thundercats? And she's like, no, you cannot have Thundercats. And so it was, and then get this, somebody told her that Smurfs were evil because they were using magic.
Yeah.
So that's where I drew the line. I had a coalition with my siblings, and I said, we're not going to let her take away the Smurf. She's taking away Thundercats. Okay, this isn't happening. We're not doing this. And my sister was like, who cares about Thundercats? But when I said Smurfs, they were like, oh, what? I said, yeah. She wants to stop us from watching Smurfs on Saturday. Are you going to stand up or what? So we went to my mother, and we basically told her, no, it's about all these good things, and they teach you good lessons and all kinds of crap. And she was like, like she thought we were lying, like mentirosos. I don't know, man, but then she was like, okay, fine, whatever. She relented, and we got to watch it. But she was like, she would regulate us, dude. If we were like, there was a show that came on in the 80s called Werewolf. I love that show.
I love that show.
Yeah,
I
was watching that, and we were all like, oh, it's just badass, me and my friends. And my mom comes in, and I hear the keys drop, and she was the manager of a grocery store, a big grocery store. And she was a workaholic. And so I thought, oh, let's turn it down because you never know what kind of crap is going to go on in her head. And she comes in there, and she's standing with her arms crossed, and she's watching all judgingly. And I'm like, yes, it's not horror. It's not a horror show, whatever. And she was like, what is this about? And get this. I'll never forget this as long as I live. Right then, he shows his palm with that
pentagram
with that thing on it.
And she goes, no. She's like, no. And she's like, turn that off. Into that devil shit. We're not gonna do that. Nah, get that devil stuff off my TV. Pendejo, liar, mentiroso. Why are you watching that? And she's like, look at the ugly. Mira, look at this. She turned the TV off. And then she did this. She took the antennas, so you couldn't. She would just. That's it. You're done. You can't. And so she had turned off the cable, and I was like, "This sucks, man. We can't even watch any." And it was like, "You can't do nothing." I was like, so mad. You can't even, I was like, and then you do the whole shaking your fists and whatever. And she would always like come around the corner when I was doing that, and then I do pretend like I was doing something else. And like, what are you doing? I'm practicing. I'm taking a dance class, something, because she would see me. And she was like, she was always like there. Like she would catch me all the time. Oh, yeah. And like if I got to go to the fridge to grab something I wasn't supposed to grab, she would pop up. Like out of the ground. up. She'd be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, I was going to make, I told you that was for dinner. Huh? I told you, right? Huh? Right? Okay? Why are you going to eat that? Why are you going to eat that cheese? That's the good cheese. You're going to eat the other cheese. Eat that. I was like, I don't want that. It's that slice. It's the slice. I don't like the way it melts.
Ew.
I wanted the shredded cheese. How am I going to make a casserole? You tell me that. Use your sesame. Tell me how am I going to make a casserole with that? You eat that. Never failed. Showed up every time, no matter what, dude. It's like she could smell whatever, you know. And years later, my mother never changed with that. I was living with her for about a month in 2007. That's all I could stand. And I had left my place, and I had a real, that's when I started my business. We're out in the lake. And so it was about 10 miles closer. And so I had moved from the south to the north. And so I was waiting for my apartment to be ready. And thank God they were ready. It was ready a month early. So I only had to stay with her for a little over 3 weeks. Oh my God. It was the worst 3 weeks of my life, dude. It was being a child all over again. I would like tiptoe to the fridge and be like, eat something. And then she would show up and she'd be like, you're going to eat my leftovers? What are you doing? I'm an old woman. You're going to eat all my food. I'm like, I'm not. I want to eat some enchiladas. She was like, well, I want to eat them too. You can go to the store. I just had surgery. What are you doing? I'm like, okay, fine, right, whatever. I don't want it. I'm not hungry. And then she'd be like, mijo, you want some comida? No, I don't want any comida. I'm good. You know what? I'm a veterinarian now. I'm just gonna breathe the air. I'm not gonna eat. I'm not gonna drink. I'm good. And then she'd be like, oh, you want to guilt me? You know my heart is bad. I'm like, oh, all the time with the guilt, all the time. It would just never end, never end. And she knew she had this really nice walk-in shower that I like to use. And she would know if I used it. She'd be gone all day. If I go first thing in the morning when she would leave, I'd go in there and I'd shower. And then she would come home and she'd be like, did you use my shower? Like, how do you know this? I tried the wall and you still know this. So I was like looking for cameras and stuff. Yeah. It was just a sixth sense she had. She's like, moms have eyes in the back of their head. And she did.
Oh, yeah.
She definitely did. But all right, guys, it was good talking to y'all. We got to go this time, but I really enjoyed it. Let's do it again next Friday, and we'll have another topic, and we can do this again. This is a new format that I want to work with, and I think it works. I like it.
Sounds good.
If you guys can't do it, and somebody needs to cancel, whatever, just let me know, and you're fired. I'll just never talk to you again. That's fine. JRB says you left the floor wet. No, I didn't. I was pretty thorough, but she knew. I don't know how.
They just know. They know.
They just know, man. They just know, especially Latina moms. They just know.
Mother's intuition. They always know.
And that thing about the chancla, that is no joke. They
That
really
is no
do
joke.
choose.
It's like a targeted missile.
Pick it and throw it.
Escobas, frying pans.
And God forgive if you die.
Papalote,
Don't dodge
the
it.
one that makes the tortillas, a little stick. Oh shit, man, that one was a killer right there.
My mom threw a rolled up gocha at me one time, Abe, and it nailed me, dude. And when her shoe was inside of it, so she just grabbed it, and she had this little chihuahua. I loved her to death. I ended up taking care of her. My mom passed away a few years ago, but her Sweet Pea, her little dog, she like jumped at the last minute. My mom was so mad at me. I was an adult, and she threw this gocha as a blanket, and it hit me beside the head. Didn't hurt me, but I was like, really? You're gonna throw a blanket at me?
He throws a shoe, really.
Yeah, you throw the shoe. All right, guys, I got to run. I'll see you. I had a great time. Thank you for everybody that donated. I want to read the names off real quick. Ania, Two Shadows, Chris, Rich Sykes, Susie Lines, Truce Walker, Deadpool Kid, James Aletto, Hawk, Ania, Deadpool Kid again, Solovinos, Liberty 1776, Philip Barnes, William Bedard again, Ania again, Deadpool Kid, JRB, and Deadpool Kid again, and Deadpool Kid. Damn, Deadpool Kid, you really were coming through tonight. And Kate Hunter, as always. Thank you, guys. You did great. Thank you for helping out. And like I said, we got to get that equipment together because we need to go out and do what we got to do. I'm a little nervous, though. I'm not going to lie, because I would like to check out some of these places, but I don't know if I want to go where Abe sees all that stuff. I don't know, man. That place.
I wouldn't walk down that trail.
That's a little rough, know, because really and truly, they are just like an arm's length away from you at all times. But inches, like
when they pass by me, like right in front of me, right through the sides. I seen them looking at me from behind, and then when I turn to look, they take off real fast. You know, like literally looking at me, looking down at me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Anthony's. All right, guys. It was good talking to you. I'll see you tomorrow night. We got me, Michael Anthony, I think Rob Yox, and then maybe Christopher Jordan. I'm not sure exactly what the lineup's going to be with the hosts, but I know that Chris James will be there. Chris James, Strange Things with Chris James. Check him out. But we're going to do the UAP tomorrow night, unidentified alien presence. We're going to continue to talk about that. We do it every Saturday, and we go further and further in. It is sort of if you're more advanced, come show up. If you're not, then just try to keep up, you know. But here's the thing. We're going to have Jason McLean and Dr. Bertram on, and that's going to be a hell of a show. So be ready for that tomorrow. I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm excited about Fridays. I think you guys are going to be a great panel. This was so much fun tonight. It brought Fridays back to life. Fridays were dying, and it wasn't because of anybody but me. You know, Anthony too. Anthony, really his fault because he didn't want to switch over to StreamYard. I'm joking. It was me. And I was just like, man, this sucks because I'm not looking at the people. We're not interacting. And people are saying like, hey, man, you know, your show's sucking on Friday, you know, so do something. So you got to change it up. And that's what we did. So hopefully you guys like the new format. It's a lot of fun for us. And I think that everybody's gonna agree. You know, it's a lot of fun. Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
So, folks, I had a good time tonight, and I really enjoyed it. And I hope that everybody tunes in tomorrow night and continues to come back and enjoy PRT. Thank you, and good night.